Alrighty, hello everyone. Hope you're all doing well. Welcome back to Factorio. So, today be Fulgora Day. We be Fulgoring. And then we Fulgored all over the place. Okay, so, big plans today. Last stream, we got Gleba working. Really well, maybe even too well, because this belt is completely full, and it's to the point where these chests are so full and they're not getting extracted from that they're completely spoiling. Suffering from success is, I think, what it's called. Hang on, this thing is damn, these arms are completely filling up with spoilage. One sec. Filters, turn that off. Okay, now you can pick up. So I tried to increase the number of rockets we have, but I'm not producing rocket parts on Gleba, so I had to increase the size of the shipments coming through. I've got 8 times rocket supplies here now. It used to just be 2 or 3, and I built another ship, which is currently just sitting around trying to get power. I might have to quickly do the little remove the beacons and then put them back in kind of thing. Do that real quick just to get that on the move. But we have been researching stronger explosives to the point where we're now at level 20. I think we were at level 17 at the end of last stream. So that's been huge. And the other thing too is I did research a little bit more research productivity, and that's given us a little bit more, well, research productivity. So that's been really good. It's been helping us out a little bit. And I've queued up a whole bunch of stronger explosives too that'll hopefully just chip away while we're working on Fulgora today. Okay, I think that's all the beacons gone. Hang on, there's a couple more. If I take all those out, everything should be able to start running again. And then we can just do a quick undo once all that's done. Electric Gleba factory redesign. Thank you. I am glad you enjoyed it. Glad you like it. I might post... it's a little bit difficult to post blueprints of it, to be honest, because of how compact it is and that it relies on various assortments of quality modules. But I can give it a try, I suppose. We're still suffering from brute throughput. Now, I did go ahead and increase the plot size yet again. I added 2 more plots over here. And that, I think, has helped a little bit because, as you can see, the fruits have all backed up now. And yeah, it's been pretty good. Although we have a lot of spoilage coming in from these chests here. So hopefully once we get the, hopefully once we get the other ships online, we should be good on that front. Especially once they start delivering more rocket parts too. 8 times, yep. 24 times science packs. Yeah, they're big shipments. Really big shipments. They just aren't big enough or aren't frequent enough. So hopefully we can solve that. Could make it a tileable blueprint to keep the size down. I could try that. Let me see. One of the things that makes it not easily tileable is the fact that I have to space substations in here semi-frequently. And then there's the shenanigans of trying to help with the throughput because the belts can't hold that many. Oh yeah, and we're full on eggs. The egg belt is completely filled up, so that's something. But yeah, I could play around with the tileables and see what we can do. I could just make it tileable with laser turrets and then ignore the substations and let you guys figure out what to do with the substations or with the power situation. Then I need to break this up. These are pretty easy to break up, but they're not perfect, so I'll still post them, I reckon. Yeah, then the rest of it's kind of... I can post this and I can post that. Yeah, it's kind of cool. We do have quite an extended carbon fiber setup going, and we have accumulated a little bit of legendary carbon fiber, so that's very nice, although it is slow. Yeah, and then the rest is just all this and a dizzying amount of robots going everywhere. But that has been very nice, very nice. I could possibly even do with more robots, but roboports are a bit of a problem, so I probably need to do that once we get some legendary roboports. But anyway, enough dallying. Today is Fulgora Day, and I really should have brought my night vision goggles because it's a little bit difficult to see here. Maybe, yeah, let's... Can I make any right here? I should be able to. Anyway. Let's take a look at what we have in our vicinity. We've got this nice big landmass here, and we have a little bit of land available up here, but I'm thinking we need something even bigger. So I might just quickly fly around for a bit, and we can have a look and see if there's any good plots of land that we can start building on. Because the bigger the plots of land we can find, the more or the less foundations we have to place down. Even though I have a huge supply of foundations, we've got foundations in here, I've got foundations on me, and we have foundations up on the ships in here. We have a lot of foundations, and I'm pretty sure we should have some at Aquilo as well. Yeah, we got foundations there and parts to make foundations, so we got plenty of foundations. That's not a problem. Ooh, pretty. Welcome back, Ninja. Welcome back, everybody, actually, to the stream. Hope you're all doing well. Fulgora is one of the easier planets to build on, I think. It's just the fact that you need to use foundations everywhere that kind of makes it a little bit annoying. But apart from that, it's pretty good. This is a big island, but it only has 9.2. Okay. We need to source our scrap from the little islands. That is something that we learned a little while ago, a few streams back. The little islands are what provide us a good deal of scrap that doesn't seem to run out. The other thing too is I brought some quality mining drills because they have a much better resource drain. I don't have any legendaries, unfortunately, but these give you a better resource drain, which should help us a little bit in conserving the amount of scrap that we have access to. Which means we don't have to keep migrating our stations around, even though that shouldn't really be too big of a problem. Okay, looks like we've got some land masses out over here. Oh, autosave. I should really have brought some more. Ooh, hang on, this is getting kind of big. Ooh, okay, hang on, this might be it. We may have just found a big landmass. Yeah, yep, I'm liking it. Oh man, it kind of keeps growing. I got Gleba and Fulgora backwards. I was wondering if Gleba was getting microwaved. The moldy lasagna was looking a little crispy. Yeah, the lasagna's doing well though. Although it's completely stopped. Why have you completely stopped? Oh, hang on. What's happened here? We're molding. No, it's molding. Uh-oh. We don't have any more belts. Might have to try and conserve some of these belts. There we go. That can float. Okay, that's fine. Damn, it got dark here. Okay, so that's a pretty decent chunk of land. We could definitely build on that for our mega science factory. And this is kind of like gambling, kind of like loot boxes. You're just flying around, you see something really good, and you go, "Oh, but there's another little inkling of a landmass up there. I gotta go check that out." You know, just one more, just one more, just one more peek. Oh my goodness. Okay, here we go. And then you get there, and it's like, "Oh, it's looking good," and then it stops. And you go, "Ah." Oh, it wasn't as massive as I thought it was. Okay, but this is looking pretty good as well. It's possible we're going to end up having to build multiple factories. So that is something we can take into consideration. We've got this big landmass, which is closer to us. This landmass is pretty big too, but let's head back south and see if we've got something we can build with. Yeah, this is looking kind of average. How's everyone doing? Hope you all had a good couple of days since the last stream, since we all last caught up. What's this big idea about the Aquilo power blueprint? I want to hear that. What's the big ticket idea? Mild headache still, but doing decent enough. Yeah, I've actually been cropping up with a little bit of a headache recently too. I think it's probably just dehydration, but yeah, it's there and it's not fun. We make do. Can't get in the way of the factory. Okay, yeah, we're kind of just getting average looking islands out here. They're workable, but it's not great. Ooh, hang on, what do we got here? What the heck? Is that a chunk error? What? This landmass is just like, yep, cut off. Someone just took a knife and just sliced it out. Give me my islands back. Who stole it? Which one of you stole this island? I like the weather there. Yeah, it's kind of chill, you know? Ignore the warning symbol sitting over under me. Ignore the warning symbol. The bugs stole it. I'd send the blueprint stream, but it's too long. Oh no. Oh, good. Oh, hang on. This is a nice big chunk of land. Yeah, okay. How close is that? That's pretty close as well. I wonder if I grabbed foundations, how many stacks of it do I go through? Send a 10 megabyte picture instead. Space bin's still a thing. I mean, you can paste it in the Discord server under the channels. I've not seen anyone use it for a bit. I think someone posted a paste bin link in here a while ago for, I think it was Biolab layouts. I was going to send a pic in the blueprint stream. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I've got my little setup here on Aquilo down here, which is kind of neat. And then I've got my little spaceship reactors as well. But I think when it comes to upscaling Aquilo, if power demands it, because everything is made, because the reactors and the fusion stuff is made on Aquilo, I think I can expense going for a full reactor setup if need be. Which reminds me, when I finally come back to Narvis, this is going to have to increase in size. Probably like this much. Which is a problem because the iron ore is sitting under here. So I need to find somewhere new to put the power plant. And I'm thinking it's probably going to go smack bang on this island. I might cover it all up in landfill and concrete and then just turn it into a massive fusion island. And that can power the factory. But that's going to happen after Aquilo. Science is looking strong and steady. 3 hours probably until this is done. So this will be done during the stream. Okay, Gleba. No, Gleba's fine. Fulgora. So a line from here to here took 450 foundations. That's 9 stacks. 9 stacks to fill that. Ooh. See, this is why I wanted to try and conserve. But I think this is going to be the continent that we have to work on because it's got close proximity. So if I grab big slab and just... Yeah, we're definitely running out of foundations. Can use elevated rails. I absolutely can. And that's something we're going to do once we start getting the scrap islands. We could probably navigate around these little shallow oil things. But I need the space here because I'm going to be making a lot of space ports. Hang on, let's just blow up some of these cliffs. I need a big spaceport so I can ship all of the Slurpee science up. And I thought a nice big flat plot of land is probably going to be what's needed. Oh, hang on, what's being destroyed on Narvis? Oh, these guys have decided to fight back again. Okay, interesting. That is a little bit annoying, but no big deal. We will sort that out another time because these guys will just run into the wall and die. That's fine. There is something that really bugs me about Aquilo though. Stuff thaws once the heat pipe hits 30 degrees Celsius. Pipes and turbines full of 500 steam stay frozen. Oh, that is a good point. Woo, what are you doing? You dropped the ball on that one. Okay, I'm gonna have to drop all the foundations. Probably drop a bunch of beacons. Efficiency we don't care about. Laser towers, no, we don't care about that. Productivity modules, we probably do care about those. Some legendary assembly machines we do care about. Fusion generators, or fusion reactors we probably do need. Ah, and substations. We're gonna need a lot of those. So maybe some logistics chests as well. Okay, and with that, I am going to send Apollo 13 over to Aquilo to pick us up some more foundations. Because we're going to need it. We are absolutely going to need it. Where are you lot going with those? Into here. Okay, nice. I'll pick those up. Oh yeah, I want to see Aquilo again. Okay. Here you go. A spaghetti mess. So I do have some steam turbines that are still operating. But for the most part, they're just there as backup power. And then we have fusion using fancy fusion cells, which we have a massive surplus of. I should just look out my window. Oh damn, nice. It's alright. Not nearly as compact as yours. This is an absolute mess, and it hurts my eyes to look at and try and actually pinpoint where anything is. We got science over here. And lithium and things. But yeah, everything's so far apart. This was my spawn. The spawn gave me one fluorine vent. Oh, then it looks like crap. Honestly, I think I can do a lot better now. Now that I have a setup. So I might, when we return to Aquilo, I might actually head over here or something like that and build a new base over here. And then, well, actually, no, that's not necessarily a good idea, actually. Oh, actually, no, it's not so bad. The biggest problem is I need the cargo landing pad to receive rocket parts, and then I can use those rocket parts to fuel the rockets, because you can't make the things you need for rocket parts on the surface. You have so many nodes. Yes, absolutely. I tried to just use robots and they take so much power. And so many heating towers as well, trying to speed up the heating. Aquila was a pretty big disaster when I first arrived. It took 3 attempts. I mean, like resource nodes. Oh yeah, I cranked them up because I cranked them up on a lot of things, on a lot of on all the planets, not realizing just how many I would get. But at the spawn region, it was pretty terrible. And then I kind of went out and explored. But I think it's fair because I think it's fair because I'm not challenged by the number of... I will never be challenged by a resource limitation. I will always be challenged by a brain cell limitation and how well I can actually construct a factory. This is rubbish. I need to figure out how to do manifolds properly. But yeah, that'll happen after FULGORA. Speaking of FULGORA, these things are... Are these storing enough power? I mean, I guess they are, but fusion's just so much easier. Although, yeah, I need to redo this fusion design. This is not great. But yeah, anyway, let's get started. So, I need recyclers, and I don't have any on me. Actually, hang on. Something's going on here with the scrap. Ah! I like it though, it will never let down the fact that you have solar. I have solar on Aquila, yes. That was to get it kick-started, and then I just never got rid of it. Okay, we have a little bit of a problem here with the trains. I think we need to build more trains. Steel plates, electronic circuits, engine units. Okay. Do we have engine units? I don't think we're making engine units anywhere. Oh, look at that. We're making engine units somewhere. Yeah, this is my Aquila level engineering at its finest. I cannot actually make out where anything is in this factory. This is a disaster zone. What the heck? Yeah, we're definitely starting a new factory. Sent. Ooh, okay, here, hang on. Let's have a look. Ooh, that's compact. Okay, yeah, two-sided manifolds. Interesting. Oh, and then you got extra heating towers on the outside. Yeah, I was wondering, how are you going to get that heating tower on the inside to power the outside? But yeah, you've got more. Damn, that's a lot of rocket fuel. How did you get that many? Okay, what do we need for locomotive? We need circuits and engine units. It's wonderful that we just conveniently happen to have circuits here. And we have steel somewhere around. Somewhere. This is... Oh my goodness. Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare. Okay, we can make a few locomotives, and I need some cargo wagons, which needs gears and iron. Gee, I wonder where I can find those. There's some gears, there's some iron. Cargo wagons, nice. And I think we just need to copy this train, which means I do need some train signals. We need to make sure that our train doesn't collide with other trains. There we are. That will probably serve us pretty well. But we probably need a bypass. It should be fine. So then if I plonk down another train with some carriages and copy this train's settings onto this train, set them to go, we should now have 2 trains running around providing scrap, which should keep our upkeep and throughput nice and even. Okay, I'm going to dismantle this whole thing because it's just sitting here. I am not going to dismantle this whole thing because my inventory is full. Let's grab some of these foundations and finish this off. And there goes all the foundations. Apollo 13, are you collecting foundations? You kind of are. Yeah, it's kind of slow. Crushed by Foundation. Aquilo 13. That's a good name for it. Yeah, I kind of wish I named my ship that now. When I was trying to get to Aquilo for the first time. That's a good name. Maybe it'll happen on the next playthrough. The upper heating towers insert as long as the temp is under 510. The lower ones have a limit of 40 to not use up as much fuel. Yeah, I need to have done that. These things are pushing power. Ooh, hang on. You know what? Let's rig that up real quick. That is a good idea. Enable disable. Read temperature. T, wherever T is. If T is less than 500. Yep, okay. And then we can copy that. And just rig up the rest of them. So we got the tower here. Read temperature. That one doesn't get fed. This one gets fed. Read temperature. There we go. That'll probably save us on some resources. I am big genius, not coming up with these ideas at all. Which is funny because I came up with it on the ships, and then I completely forgot about it. Okay, let's deconstruct everything here. Never mind, that's going to deconstruct the platforms. Oh. Just toss some bombs then. Silly goose. That's me. Yeah, I'm the dummy that missed you could read temps from heating towers and nuke plants because I was so used to one. Oh, I mean, that's fair though. It's a recent change, right? You have how many hours in this game? That you're used to the old limitations? Okay, I've got enough rocket silos sitting on Electric Boogaloo, who's been patiently waiting above Narvis. So I can switch this off and send you over to Vulcanus to grab us some new belts, because we're running low on belts. Yeah, but still, I mean, you have an excuse. You have something that balances it out, and that is called nice and compact bases and ships. Where you have a ship that's like this small, I have a ship that's humongous. I've seen your ship designs. They take up like one of these pods and then they do God's work. And I needed all this girth just to get to Aquilo. You say my stuff ain't girthy? I'm saying it's efficient. Unsub. Unfollow. Oh no. And you can't ban the streamer. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think I'm going to bother with another accumulator array. I think we're just going to go fusion all the way. Now the problem is I need to get fusion cells out of here and onto a train that's then going to deliver up to the new area. No, wait, I can just connect these up with poles. Hang on. That'll probably work. Not about the size of the ship, it's about how you use it. In my case, I use it to give blunt force trauma to the Prometheum asteroids. Which, speaking of, we should probably send this ship back on its way to grab us some more Prometheum. Just so it's not sitting around doing nothing. In the meantime, I need to grab more cliff explosives so I can keep detonating these cliffs and making space for us to build. Where art thou, cliff explosives? I have no cliff explosives. Alright, everybody scream. I think my cliff explosives are sitting on Electric Boogaloo, yes. Who is patiently waiting for belts. Damn, that's a nice express delivery. Okay, let's try and figure out what it is exactly we need to build here. I need... First of all, we need to figure out our rocket delivery system. So if we come down here and just grab this old thing, come back to FULGORA, and we plonk it. Let's put it here. Boom. That's a lot. That's a lot. And we don't have the foundations to finish that off, but that's okay. So that's the rocket delivery system. That's going to give us all our science packs. Then we need to bring the science packs somewhere, and we need a station somewhere to supply the scrap. Station can probably go on this side because we have a little bit of scrap here that we could actually use. Oh. Whoops. That's a problem. Lightning towers. We don't have any lightning towers. Lightning collectors. We should have those. I completely forgot about the lightning already. Lightning towers. Where are you hiding? Here. No, we don't have any. I need capacitors. Give me that. Put them in. One. Okay. That's not great. Lightning rods. How do we make lightning rods? Copper cable, stone bricks. Where am I going to get more stone bricks from? Do we have stone around here somewhere? Why are these getting damaged? Uh-oh. What happened to our supply? Oh, it's fine. I think it's just because we're finally actually collecting the science now. Yep, and this ship's running. Nice. So many distractions. Stone. I need stone. There's stone. Can we... Are we storing stone? No. Okay. Nope, hang on. That's... I need a chest. And then filters for stone. Rotate. There we go. Yay, we have stone. One of the primal ingredients. Oh, yep, yep, yep. We're losing everything. Yeah, I need copper wires. I think I can just grab them from the copper here. Lightning rods. We need some repair packs. Wait, what's wrong with Gleba? Why are we out of Bioflux? What happened to Bioflux? What isn't wrong with Gleba? Gleba, my beloved. Oh, why is Gleba always in trouble? I have to babysit it all the time. Hang on. Everything's hatching. Everything's hatching. No, 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 no. Did you burn all your seeds again? No, Gleba's fine. Gleba's okay. We've got plenty of crops and spoilage. Gleba just needs a hug. The seeds are fine. The seeds are fine. I fixed that. Yeah, it's the Bioflux. How's the Bioflux not making it down? Wait, the Bioflux is spoiling on the belt. So the Bioflux isn't moving anywhere. And yet... Wait, hang on, the Bioflux isn't making it down. Oh, because it's got spoilage here. No! Okay, hang on. I guess we just can't use the filters then. Oh jeez. Happy birthday, Pentapods! Okay, I need to read this up with circuit logic, but I don't have any circuits to play with. Oh no. No, 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 no. This is not what we want. You know what? Bulk inserter. That'll do for now. Okay, Fulgora, give me that lightning collector. Entities are destroyed. Oh, right, yeah, because of those. Yeah, here we go. Stop the lightning, stop the lightning. Oh, it's bad. I can't fit the lightning rods. It won't fit. They're too big. Okay, hang on, here we go. Can stick one of those in. No, we don't have any foundation. Okay, hang on. We've still got space over here. We can save this. This rod won't fit. No. There we go. That'll help out a little bit. Yeah, that gives us a bit of coverage. Blunt Force Trauma is on the way into the Shattered Planet. Apollo 13, you have 2,500 foundations, and that's all Aquillo's got. Okay, that's not impressive. I wonder if we could copy that and try and get some more storage going. But otherwise, if you're just going to be sitting around, you can come back to Fulgora. Man, I clicked Narvis first, went past Vulcanus, clicked on Gleba. I am not in Fulgora mode today. It is not good, because we need to be in Fulgora mode. Okay, let's destroy all these. 07 to inventory. Just blow up Gleba. Yeah, let's make another shattered planet. Actually, yeah, I wonder, is that what happened to the shattered planet? Is that why it exists? Was it worse? Was it somehow worse than Gleba? That somebody went, nah, screw this, and just blew up the planet. You won't have to go out for things. Okay, here we go. Inventory's full. Everybody's going to be running over to me. Actually, I should just plonk down a chest here, shouldn't I? Let's drop down a chest and a lightning rod. Big rod. Well, global less attractive brother is the shattered planet. Oh, Gleba, yeah. I think if I were to rank the planets, Narvis definitely comes up the top. I love Narvis. Vulcanus probably second place. Fulgora third place. And then Gleba and Aquilo. I'd probably have to put Aquilo at fourth place and Gleba at the bottom. I really did not enjoy Gleba at all. Aquilo I can deal with because I have time to deal with things. It's just the heating issue that you have to deal with, but you can import things to save yourself. But Gleba is so time sensitive. It's just stressful. And obviously Narvis is my favorite because, well, it's Narvis. Yeah, it's nice. It's aesthetically pleasing. Nice and big, plenty of land. If you get bored, you can run around killing things. Oh yeah, I did some exploring. You can probably tell where I've been because of these lines that have been drawn through as I've just flown over all the bases and lasered them with my personal laser defenses. Actually, at some point, I think I actually got an upgrade. Yeah, I was researching and I got a laser upgrade, and then I kind of just hung around and carved bigger lines through here. That was pretty fun. But yeah, I was just exploring around trying to find some big deposits. You know, I wanted a 1G stone deposit. I still haven't found one. We got plenty of iron 1G deposits and plenty of other 1G deposits around somewhere. There's a 1.2G. But the biggest stone deposit I found is 600, I think, and that's somewhere out of this area. There's one here. That's, oh, hang on, there's 700. Yeah, I think that's the biggest one we found, which is unfortunate. I like that Gleba has infinite resources that you can just grow. I mean, yeah, that is true, I guess. Gleba is like the annoying in-law. The one that everyone tolerates, but not exactly seeks. We gotta keep an eye on this ship as well. Make sure it doesn't get itself killed. Let's see if we can get to 400,000 kilometers with the new, stronger explosives. Electric Boogaloo, you have all of your belts, basically. They make a big deal out of nothing if they don't get the attention they want. Yes. If you're not sitting around there, they start munching. Alright, so this, let's get started on turning this scrap into less scrappy scrap. So we can plonk down a bunch of these. Then we need to protect them with lightning. And a legendary substation will probably power them all. Yep. Where are my belts? Main factory. Actually, maybe we need to... Hang on, where's the distribution of land? Main factory is probably going to be in all this area. So if we bring the scrap onto this side, on the right, that's probably going to sort us the best. Yep, just get some coverage there. Got a little bit of scrap over here. We can probably just snag. And there's a little bit over here too. That's probably coverage over that whole scrap patch. And there's another scrap patch up here. Chat, do we try for the disaster again of trying to do quality scrap? I don't know if I should bother. We've kind of done everything we need with quality, to be honest. Yeah, I don't think we should bother. Quality holmium is okay, but we still... This is basically our holmium casino setup here. What is your goal for it? I don't know. Maybe legendary... Legendary railguns is probably the last thing we need. Depends if you want to make this a multi-day stream. Yeah, good point. Legendary... Like, I don't know how much legendary stuff I need for this ship to be able to get to the Shattered Planet. It's already doing pretty well. I think the thing we're really missing out on for legendary stuff is legendary carbon fiber. Legendary carbon fiber has really been the bottleneck of all of our legendary equipment. Which reminds me, the Technomancers are actually getting kind of slow, so it's probably approaching time that we try and build a new space casino. Maybe one that goes through the route of... Where is it? Maybe one that goes through this route towards the solar system edge, just because there's a whole bunch of rocks out there. I'd say it'd be nice for legendary equipment, but if you're going for science, productivity, yeah. Yeah, let's just go production, I reckon. Productivity modules are going in these. That way we get the most productivity out of them. Mining speed 1 per second minus 60. Productivity plus 600%. Although, we don't necessarily need... I guess it doesn't hurt. Doesn't hurt to have productivity. Let's grab those extra foundations. Is there anything else we need? Electric Boogaloo is stocked up. Let's head over to FULGORA. We can drop down the cliff explosives. These are not going to be enough foundations, unfortunately. Yeah, that is a pain. Kinda wish I stocked up on foundations before starting the stream. But hey, what can you do? Those are coming through very slowly. This fast inserter isn't getting placed. Nice. Oh, actually, let's deconstruct a little bit of this. Oh, and then they're just gonna place it up there. No, let's deconstruct that. because I need to get power from the main grid over to the new island so that they all become interconnected, interlinked. We'll probably then just run this across. Something like that. Okay, then we need lightning towers. I think that'll protect it. Oh, it just doesn't quite. Dang it. Deconstruct some of this. Woo! Okay, that gets us lightning protection. Nice. Welcome to the stream, Curzon. Also, I forgot to welcome Budgie Bum. Welcome to the stream. A little bit belated. My bad. Yeah, we still need some lightning rods to protect these guys. Oh, Electric Boogaloo, why are you out of ammo? What are you doing wrong? Send down those cliff explosives. Send down those rocket silos too. We need those. Still need more than what it has in stock. And my inventory is filling up like crazy. We gotta try and get rid of some of this stuff. Where are we going to get stuff? Stone goes in there, stone bricks comes out, lightning rods go in. It's really cool that we can make lightning actually, why am I not making lightning rods in here? We can't do productivity on these though. That's fine. We can get productivity on the lightning rods, and then we can put those into this machine and get even more lightning rods out of the lightning rods we put in. We're multiplying matter. Finding duplication on matter, that's pretty good. Unfortunately, it's not enough steps that we can then throw the lightning rods back into a recycler and get more items out. That would be pretty busted. Lightning rod. No, actually, maybe we put the lightning rod further down. Try and catch a little bit more. And then that goes there. Nice. Okay, that's all connected up. Then we need a lightning rod here. That all needs power. Oh yeah, actually, that all needs power. Hang on. Let's get you all hooked up to power, shall we? Yeah, let's run over and grab those cliff explosives. Cliffies, cliff explosives. Oh yeah, rocket silos, we need those. Cliff explosives. What's getting destroyed? Uh-oh. Ah, okay. When was the last autosave? Just right there. Okay, let's... So turns out we're still struggling on the way to the Shattered Planet. Why is that? Because you're not supposed to get there. I'm gonna get there, damn it. No matter what the devs say, we're getting there. But why? Oh wait, this thing's not getting... Oh, hang on, I see. Where are our lasers? Why do we not have more lasers on this side of the ship? There we go, that might help a little bit. But it's probably a good idea to start slowing the ship down. How full are we? Oh, completely full. We should probably just turn the ship around. Turning this bus around right now. Okay, now the next problem is... Oh no, we got repair packs. Can we... Oh, you can't put a filter. You can't do a middle click. You can't do a middle click filter on the Space Platform Hub. That's annoying. Damn, that would have been really nice if we could do that. Why is that not a thing? Okay. Yeah, the explosive damage is still not quite getting us where we need to be. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Ah, crap. Okay. I think we just need to pull the speed back and send it home. Yeah, okay. Pulling the speed back. And turning you around, going home. We'll leave that for now. Do we have our cliff explosives yet? Yes, cliff explosives, rocket silos. We clearly have some problems with our attempt at the Shattered Planet. I'm hoping it's just going to be solved with stronger explosives. Okay, request the chests. We need red circuits and steel chests. Steel chests are easy, we can make those, but we just need the red circuits, which we have a huge backup of right here. Which is not going into a buffer chest. Hang on, there is a buffer chest around here somewhere, I swear. There it is. Lightning rods, where are you? Lightning rod there, lightning rod there. Oh, and then we need foundations? Nope, we don't have foundations there. You don't have foundations. We need more foundations. Okay, foundations. We can place some of our higher quality. We do have a few higher quality rocket silos. Why can I place... What? Huh? Oh, okay. Weird. I don't know why I couldn't place that. Okay, cliff explosives. Boom. Damn, we're an hour into the stream and I haven't even started factorying yet. The factory must factory. We're really far behind on schedule. I really should be doing this with bots, but I'm trying to be efficient with the splash damage here. The blast radius. Don't think I'm doing a very good job. No, I'm doing a terrible job. Do not hire me as your resident engineer. This is not a very good display of my prowess. As the mantra is, if there's a wrong way to do a thing, it's my duty to find it. Okay, so that's going to give us scrap. We need a belt to deliver that scrap onto a main bus. Yes, we're finally building a main bus on FULGORA. Woo! Okay, let's copy these. And we need to get power going around here. Boom. Power. Main bus. Not that a main bus is actually going to be that useful on FULGORA because we end up taking up the full saturation of a single belt per node or per cluster of recyclers anyway, so this isn't going to be exactly the most useful. Speaking of clusters of recyclers, let's start grabbing our clusters of recyclers, shall we? So we have this little pod design here that works really, really well. So I'm going to copy this and we're going to plonk it down. Yeah, let's plonk down a few of these. Just a few, you know? Nothing too crazy or ridiculous or over the top or unfeasible or ridiculous or stupid or too many. Just a normal amount, you know? Not at all. Exactly. See, you guys get it. You guys know how we roll here. They're all screaming at me that they're not protected by lightning. Let's fix that. You get a lightning rod and you get a lightning rod. Everybody gets a lightning rod. The lightning rods don't have power. Yay! Oh, goody. Uh-oh. Let's grab some more lightning rods because we've run out. And we're out of supercapacitors. We need more supercapacitors. Flux capacitors, what I need. Tell my past self, don't screw this up. Like you very much did. They're protected. These ones are not protected. Okay, we need to protect these. Plonk. And plonk. They're all protected. Lightning rods need power. That's not how it works. I mean, they need to be connected to power. So welcome back to the stream, Thoracic Meat 5. Hope you're doing well. Lightning rod. Okay, that needs power. That needs foundations. Let's grab some of these ones. Oh, and we're out of bulk insert. Okay, how much are we actually out of? The answer is yes. And if you guessed otherwise, you clearly haven't been playing this game long enough. Or you haven't been watching me play this game long enough. We need to plonk some of these foundations down, and now I'm out again. Yep, foundations are a big problem. How are we looking on Aquilo? Not enough. Hang on, we need speed modules. Why do we not have speed modules plugged into this thing? Why am I suddenly lost again? Where is it? Here we go. Speed! We forget anything on Gleber? I don't think so. Oh, we did. One request the chest. Okay, you know what? We'll just request it in here. I don't know why I'm using so many requester chests. It's just kind of how the design has been all this time. Best nuke it. Getting lost. Long-term effect of Gleber. Gleber has turned my brain into spoilage. That's the only conclusion I can give. Okay, and then... Oh, hang on, we need a lightning rod up here. That's fine, he doesn't need to be connected to power, although OCD tells me we need to connect him to power. Now we need to plunk down a whole bunch of... Now we need to place down a whole bunch of recyclers. Let's go grab our recyclers. Which I have sitting in a convenient chest somewhere amongst all this. Chat, can you help me spot where the recycler chest is? Oh, never mind, I found it. Yeah, we don't have a great amount of recyclers, although, hang on. We could make a recycler chest. It's right there by the belt. That's very, very helpful. Thank you very much for your assistance. Playing Dora the Explorer. Okay, bulk inserter. We need to make quality recyclers in here. And then I need to shove some quality modules in here. Then we can grab one of these. And hopefully make ourselves some better quality recyclers. However, we can't do that because we don't have any quality processing units and they're all being used elsewhere in the factory. Great. Okay, never mind. That plan has been completely foiled. Oh no. Why am I like this? Alright, but we're going to use probably just the normal recyclers, to be honest. I don't think my blueprint has factored in the accounted extra speed. I don't think it would be of any benefit to us because we have so much speed already. Because recyclers are crazy fast. I don't know if you all have noticed before. Recyclers already work really fast. Actually, they don't work as fast as my bots. Holy, they're already placed everywhere. Get some more power down. Hook that lightning rod up to power. There we go. Okay, we need... How many do we need? Wow, that's counting up. We need 200 recyclers for this. I do need to get rid of all this. Hang on. Let's deconstruct as much of this as we can. And all this. Let's just grab all of it. Sweet. That is now decommissioned. It was never doing anything anyway to begin with. Then we need to grab a bunch more recyclers. That'll probably do. I say, and we'll probably be back there in about 2 minutes. Build my minions. That is really cool. Sweet, it was enough. Now, one thing that we do need to do is figure out how we're going to get the scrap on, but I can start with figuring out where the outputs are going to go, which is up here. Or you'll short want to be back even sooner. You guys are starting to know me too well. It's uncanny. I think we'll just cliff explosive this. Okay, how many output ports do we have? How big of a bus can we build using this? And actually, the better question is, where is this bus going to go? This big area here is probably what we're looking at to build all this electromagnetic science. Let's have a quick look. What do we need for the science? Slurpees need supercapacitors, accumulators, electrolytes, and holmium solutions. So, holmium is the most important product. Accumulators are really, really easy to do. Where are they? Accumulators. They're iron plates and batteries. Batteries are easy to do. Iron plates and copper plates. Copper plates come best out of low density structures. Do we need circuits for that? No, we don't need circuits. Supercapacitors need electronic circuits. Okay, so we can scrap blue circuits into a crap ton of green circuits. Holmium plates, that's coming from the holmium. Superconductors, what do they need? Copper plates and plastic bars, that comes from the low density structures, and the holmium plates, light oil, that's easy. So we can actually just completely scrap out the red circuits. We don't need those at all. I would offer a suggestion, but I don't even know how this works. Oh, you're about to find out. So, this is where things get really interesting. This needs to be hooked up to power as well. This is the biggest project I've ever done on FULGORA. So much so that it's actually making a slight impact on my frame rate already. I don't know why. Okay, we're going to need a lot more recyclers than what we've just placed, but that's where I'm going to use the higher quality ones to vent out all the useless stuff that we don't need anymore. cryogenic plants. Do we have any cryogenics on us? We have 26. That's more than plenty. We have blue quality electromagnetic plants. Do we have anything higher than that? Yeah, we do, but I'm going to save that for our big Narvis project. So let's just use the blue quality ones. Now what's going on here? Why are we not making any more of this stuff? Let's go. Let's grab some of that. Electric boogaloo, you need to send down more belts, please. And actually send down all your bulk inserters, because I don't want to have to craft them all by hand. Yeah, my inventory is not having a good time. Let's place down one of these purple chests so I can just vent all my stuff. There we go. That'll eventually find its way somewhere. Bulk inserters, let's grab those. There's no more foundations sitting here, is there? There's a few, we can drop those down. Yep, cool. Okay, we need some more tunnels. Need those foundations. Everything else can stay in there. Yep, cool. Okay, let's get back to work. We gotta try and just shimmy towards here so we can just get in range of that and put some foundations over where we need them the most. Come on, place. Just a little bit more. This is going to look really blurry in the YouTube video. And that looks like we're out of foundations. Okay, cool. But that gets all of this covered. Oh my goodness, hang on. Put that down there. Sweet. All right, everything here is now powered. So the next thing we need to do is this is going to create a crap ton. And I mean an absolute crap ton of stuff that most of it we don't even need. This has all got to go on a bus. Now, the question is, do we have a massive... How many of these do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12... 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I would offer a suggestion, but I want to watch the streamers suffer. Well, if you wanted to watch me suffer, you would suggest that I put quality modules in these. We have 17 belts. So we're going to get a 17 belt bus. The question now is, do we keep everything mixed up in a big sushi bus? Or do we split it early? We have a little bit of a structure over here somewhere. This thing here separates all the items into their respective items. And then we would have buses for everything. With recycler, you can get 18 possible items. 18. This... 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so you're talking about the things you can then recycle down for. Perfect for 17 belts. Okay, I mean, a lot of these we're just going to be venting out almost instantly anyway. It'd be really nice if we could just dump them in the ocean, but we can't, so we have to recycle them. And I think one thing I do want to try and do is get us some lighting, because I can't see very well in this dark, and I should have brought my night vision, but I didn't. Iron plates, copper cables. Where's that random dump chest we just played? Oh, it's already empty. Okay. Let's get some more junk. Iron plates. Where did the iron plates go? Here they are. Lights. So, yeah, I'm kind of on the fence about whether or not I want to do a massive bus. And I think we're actually going to run out of space on this island, but anyway, we will tackle that when we come to it. If we... Let's bring it all this way. This is going to look absolutely ridiculous. Let's turn it into a big bus first. No, no, we can't. That's going to get too messy. No, let's split it all first. Let's split it somehow. Oh, that's the old factory. This is the old factory. That's the older factory. Words. Yes. So if we copy this, this is our separation module. This is what separates us from, well, this is what separates me from being a big dumb stupid engineer to an absolutely retarded engineer, because I'm realizing as I'm building this that trying to squeeze all the items together is going to be a big logistical nightmare. Let's try and connect this up together first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. That's how big our bus is going to be. Oh my goodness, that placement. Holy bussy. Some might even say, awesome. Or whatever that meme is. Gonna use that 128 by 128 balancer. That's coming. Not here, but it is coming. I do have plans for that. And we're out of belts by the looks of it. Yep, okay, let's go grab some more belts. Apollo 13. How's Aquilo 13 going? Foundations. We do not have many foundations. 276. And I'm pretty sure we need over 3,000. Oh my goodness. 3,000 goddamn foundations. Actually, that's not going to get done today, is it? What are we producing them at? 9 per minute? 3,000 divided by 9 divided by 60 is going to be 5 hours. 5 hours before this thing gets... before the foundations get finished. That is not good. That is not what we want. Oh, that is cool. That is really, really cool. And then we need to start walking back on how much of this stuff we built. Because I'm now realizing that I've done too much. We need to get scrap plugged in. Let's try and double lane this. There we go. That'll double lane. Surely. Surely I'm not making a terrible mistake here. You guys wouldn't let me make terrible mistakes, right? Streamer must suffer. Oh no. Is this because I said your ships weren't girthy? Is this my penance? Yeah, let's just try and nom some of this foundation, get it back. Still talking about girthy ships, nice. Welcome back to the stream. Hope you've had a good weekend / start of the week. Yeah, we love our girthy ships. Big chonkers is what we like around here. What I don't like is the lack of foundations I have. Okay, we need to run this across. This is going to form scrap belt number 1. Ah, okay, this is the next part. I need to run a tunnel that jumps under here and comes across out on the other side. Then we can jump that again. Yep, we need foundations. How many do we need? 2,500 still. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to take some foundations out of this. Not using the space yet anyway, so we might as well. I can fill that in later. There we go, scraps coming through. All right, so this is where, if you're still watching there, Ninja, this is where things get a little spicy. So scrap goes in, recyclers come out, recycled materials come out onto a massive belt. Okay, I think I just had an idea. Wait. Hang on. No, I had an idea. Now I've lost it. Hang on. My idea has now started changing. Scrap recycling gives us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 items. Recyclers have 12 outputs. Ooh. So what I was just thinking, that I'm now not thinking anymore, is we have a slight problem here with how much stuff we're making. It's not getting onto the belt in stacks. I mean, some of it's kind of coming out in stacks, like some of these gears and some of the ice I can see is stacking on the belt. But it kind of just spits it out as fast as it can, and now it's backing up, so that's not good. I was thinking maybe I can use a stack inserter and just, or space these apart and then just have stack inserters lined up all the way around it, but I need 12 outputs rather than, this will be 8, 8, 2, 2, yeah, that'll be, nah, there wouldn't be a spot to actually insert everything, so that's not going to work. So we're just going to have to make do with how unstacked this belt is for now, and then we need to figure out a way to try and stack it up later. But that works. Then we need to get scrap onto this belt. And we need some lightning protection here. So if we run the second bus belt lane thing up into here, turn it around, jump it across, and plug that in. That's going to make even more crap. Yep, beautiful. See, if this is supposed to in any way teach us about recycling in real life, I'm not sure it sends the message, because then you have to deal with all this logistical drama. And I'm not sure how many people want to deal with the logistical drama of scrapping. It does kind of make you wonder how many players stopped when they got to FULGORA. Oh, one entity is destroyed. Why is it destroyed? Why do we not have radar coverage? Gleba, no. Now this made my model started on Gleba. Oh no. But why? Yeah, it'd be an interesting statistic to see how, to see what the churn rate of each planet is. How many players quit the game when they reached certain planets? Narvis is the top one churn rate. Oil processing is a bottleneck for many. I mean, yeah. Come on, plonk that down. Give us radar coverage. Okay, there we go. We can see now. And we can repair. Okay, that's good. Yeah, I don't exactly know what happened here that caused that to happen. Anyway, everything else seems to still be in order. We're still producing a nice amount of science packs. It's not 10k, but it's still something k, so that's a positive, I suppose. The problem is still our distribution of bioflux, actually, it looks like. We'll sort that out another time. Okay, scrap goes up and around. That's going to form our third crap lane. Jeez, how much is on this belt, I wonder? Do I have the inventory to pick up all these belts? Probably not. The question now is, how am I going to sift through all this stuff? I think the sifting area probably needs to go here. Yeah. Close your eyes, chat. This is gonna get ugly. Or maybe don't. Maybe you want to see me suffer. Well, yeah, one of you does. So this lane can come up to Let's just put this here for now. Now, realizing that there are 11... No, hang on. How many items? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 items. I need a 12-lane bus. So that's 6. That's 12. All right. And then lightning rod, so you don't get blown up. So that's a 12-lane bus for 12 items. Now I somehow have to sift through all this. Okay, let's consider this area over here is the place where we vaporize everything we don't need. So that includes stone, steel. We need the ice for water. Stone, steel. Oh, actually, we're getting some batteries. Stone, steel, fuel. Now we can have a look at this here. Concrete, we don't need. And I suppose we could get rid of the advanced circuits. Yep. Something like that. So this can travel over this way. Oops, geez, what happened there? Oh my god. Stop. Stop. There we go. there's things there. That's what the problem was. So our red circuits will probably go down this way. Then steel will come down this way. Concrete will come down this way. What else did we say we needed to get rid of? Stone. And our stone will come down this way as well. Everything else is free to move on. And why do I feel like I'm building a DMV? So then we start by putting this through here. And that's going to filter all the crap into organized crap. The iron gears are going to be a bit of a problem. This is where I wish we had those loaders that just shove things in. Ooh, that bus. Yes, there's a very big bus. We can make it even bigger. Oh, hang on. No. Protection. Use protection. There we go. Scrap goes into here. There we go. That's going to be even more crap. Oh boy, yeah, that is a massive, that is huge. All right, so this is going to filter through and turn into gears. We don't need gears, do we? No, okay, so gears can jump through here. If we created... I was stolen, I was just returned. Oh, good. Ah, and fuel, that's another thing that needs to get vented out as well. In the meantime, iron or gears need to come through here and get processed into iron because we need iron for accumulators. Batteries need to probably just head straight over this way. Low density structures also need to get processed. There is ice just casually in that junk. Yes, we will actually need that ice. Oh, actually, we will need the stone too. Oil, does that mean lube is on the way? Oh yeah, we absolutely could do that. Although I don't have a use for it. But yeah, you can slurp oil straight out of these oceans. Believe it or not. If I grab an offshore pump, plonk it here, that just pulls heavy oil straight out that we can then turn into lube. Which I'm just going to demonstrate and make just so we can say we have lube. There you go. Lube! Don't have a uses for it. Wait, that is an ocean? Yes, it's an ocean we can walk on, but it's an ocean. Made of heavy oil. And that just fills up there, so that's pretty cool. And that is going to collect power. And eventually fill up this tank. There you go. Lubricant. 10 at a time. Yay! Okay, it looks like we're going to need more scrap to insert into that, but that's okay. We can get that from a train. Insta-lube. Well, when you really need a quick one. Yep, so gears need to make their way over to a gear processing unit over here. Stone is not completely useless. We need to mix that with the ice and the holmium. Okay, maybe we need to rearrange this. So steel we don't need. Stone we do need. So I'm going to swap these around. This is going to change into stone. Batteries we need. The holmium we need. Blue circuits we need to process. Can I pick up items off the belts? No, I can't. That's annoying. Wait, is there a filter for items that are on belts? Oh, that would be really nice if there was. Dang. I wanted to barrel it here and send to Narvis. Just haven't found a demand for it though. There's definitely a demand, but it's kind of just not really worth it when you can Narvis. You can just make it all in Narvis. Imagine though, we could build a space platform big enough that just connected the two planets together with a really, really big pipe and pump. That would be cool. Copper wires. Do we need that for anything? Supercapacitors. Superconductors, supercapacitors. No, we don't need copper wire. Okay, we can vent the copper wire. So that's... And then the gears need to be sent to processing. Low density structures need to be sent to processing. Copper wires need to be destroyed. Steel needs to be destroyed. Concrete needs to be destroyed. Gears need to be processed. Okay, that's 6 items we need to send to processing. No, more than that. Oh boy. Yeah, but I want a barrel. But I want a barrel. Oh geez, that's a mess. This needs to go up and up and up and up. There we... Nope, hang on. There we go, kind of. Please and thank you. Alrighty, so then we've got to figure out how to load up everything else on these buses because we have 17 buses to then filter out. Oh, goodness. Holmium can go on this bus lane. Ice needs to travel. Stone needs to travel. Something like that. Okay, so then these need to end up in one spot. Where are we going to do the holmium processing? Probably up here, to be honest. I think that's a nice and easy spot to do it. Nice big holmium processing lab here. Which means I am going to need some tanks. Need some more lightning protection. Need a lot more lightning protection. Wowie, I just use inserters. Inserters, I don't think are quick enough. Can't wait for the spaghetti. Yes. I'm gonna try and really do my hardest. I'm really gonna try my hardest and make it not as bad as this spaghetti here. This spaghetti is terrible. Yep, okay, we're losing belts because I don't have lightning towers. I need more lightning towers, lightning rods, whatever you call them, lightning collectors. They're not even lightning towers. Okay, nice. We have stone that we can burn. Nice, 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 nice. Come on, come on, come on. Zapsticks. Yes, that's a good name for them. Zapsticks. Zappers. Okay, there's a bunch. That'll probably do. Electric Boogaloo is getting damaged. What are you talking about? Oh, because we don't have guns here. Okay. That's like a once in a session. Once in like every 5 streams that happens. Not gonna worry about it. Ooh, big fat stacks are now sitting on this belt. Probably because they've been sitting here accumulating up. So that's a bonus of not having good enough throughput, is they actually end up stacking. Batteries are good to go. Now, here's something that we can consider doing. Knowing that we only have one type of item sitting on these belts, now that we've separated them out, we could do a setup where you have your belt that's not covered in lightning non-protection, and then you have your stack inserters, which then join back up together like that. And then that takes your non-stacked belt items and turns them into stacked belt items. So that's something we can try and do if the throughput demands it, because that way we can fit more things onto the belts. It's kind of nice. Now, holmium, I think, can only be produced as a fluid inside of chemical plants. Yes. So we need chemical plants, chemi plants. Now the question is, how do we want to do this? Last time we just did a big manifold, big old manifold, and we didn't get quite as many beacons stuck in there as possible. So if we change this design up a little bit, grab our legendary beacons, legendary bacons. We need a few item inputs. We could probably rotate this around. Yeah, let's rotate that around. The fluid output will go on this side, so it's clear of everything else. Looks like I need more lightning protection. Bacon needs zap protect. We must protect at all cost. This is going to make holmium solution. So this needs water. So what we should actually do is the ice should flip over to another side. And this should then continue over this way. So if the ice is then on this side, we need to turn that into water. Are the upgraded zap stick things worth it? I think they're 2x2. They are 2x2, but if we do a quick comparison, these things are a lot smaller. Like you place one of these down, and then you place one of the big ones down. They're double the radius, as you can see, which is really, really good. And then obviously, if you get legendary big ones, they're massive. They're enormous. So that's the benefit of using the 2x2s. And they're cheap to make anyway, so that's fine. 2 inputs need to go into here. I think we can easily do that like this. Backling those words. Something like this might work, and then we can just bulk insert. Water needs to come out on the other side though. Where are my pipes? Okay, so that's going to be the water. I've just been using the smaller ones and slapped them next to every substation. I mean, that works too. They both do the same thing, I think. No, actually, you are losing out on that. If you take a look at the details, you get a different efficiency. So on the lightning rod, the 1x1, you get a 20% efficiency. And then on the 2x2, you get a 40%. So you're getting twice as much power out of the lightning. So you probably do want to be switching up to those. Although you could also just... Oh, no. You could place 2 of the little ones next to each other, but then the lightning's only going to strike one of them at a time. Yeah, you do want the big ones. Yeah, okay, so this design's going to work. So then if I copy this down here... Yeah, that tiles. The problem now is I need to switch this up. So stone goes on one side, ohmium ore goes on the other side. Autosave. Yep, that all goes through. Okay, then the ice needs to come around. Or we'll probably process the ice on this side, so... I think we can just go with a regular manifold. We don't exactly need crazy amounts of speed. A couple of beacons here will do the job just fine. Very nice. Gonna melt the ice. We can't do that in a foundry, can we? No. Why can't we melt ice in a foundry? Oh, I guess that would turn it into steam. Straight away. Yeah, alright, never mind. We can make use of the foundries pretty soon though. Let's connect these all up with pipes. Bulk inserters. And then a belt for the ice. It's possible that this is not going to work very well because we might be producing more ice than can fit on these belts. But we'll try it anyway. We'll just see how we go. Why do furnaces freeze on Aquilo? That is something that I think I asked. Well, yeah, I think I actually asked that in one of my later YouTube videos. Why do the things like steam turbines with 500 degrees Celsius steam have to be unfrozen? Why do the furnaces and the foundries have to be unfrozen? The bigger question is, the cryogenic plant can handle extremely low temperatures. Needs to be unthawed. No, it needs to be thawed out. Why? What is this? Okay, now we should be able to just tile this. Yep, okay, and then lightning rod needs to come down. Where are they? Here we go. Lightning rod, plonk. That needs power. We all need power, don't we? Power. Power. Sweet. That'll hook them up all to water. Awesome. Now that that's connected to water, we should be good to go. These beacons are doing literally nothing because I haven't put modules in. Let's get productivity quality modules in the holmium solution. That's gonna work. Let's get productivity modules in here, and then we need to get speed modules in. And then we're out of legendary beacons. Do I have legendary beacons on any of the other ships? No, but we do have legendary beacons back on Narvis, I believe. How many do we have? 1,100. Yeah, I think I have a small suspicion that's going to be enough. So let's pull those up. Probably don't need 5,000. Let's just do 500. And probably the same for the legendary assembly machines. And we don't need the rest of this stuff. Cool. Nice. Heck yeah. Blunt force trauma has made it back home, which means we can start making Prometheum science again. But first, I have to empty the cargo bay because we are absolutely filled to the brim with asteroid chunks, and we can do that using a little storage cheese here that I absolutely should not have to resort to, but here we are. Here, we can turn the biter eggs back on. And then that'll start crafting Prometheum science packs. Woo! Production! The Prometheum must grow. Is this emptying? Kind of. This belt's almost empty, so we're nearly there. Reckon one more will probably sort it out. There we go, emptying, finally. Sweet, okay. Back to here. Do you have your beacons? No, you do not have your bacons. Two hours left until Stronger Explosives 20 comes through. Back to this. Okay, so we're going to get a nice big pipe of holmium solution coming out of here. And what we can do with this is slurp it down real nice in a couple of things. So first of all, let's grab ourselves foundries. This guy is going to be making holmium plates. We need a few of them. Oh, but the question is, no, hang on. We can be a little bit more efficient with this. And once again, through the power of bacons, now let's move this back first. Through the power of bacons, everything that's good in this world, we can connect them up with as many bacons as we need. We could actually move this back further and completely surround him in beacons. Wait, no, we can't because we need... Oh, hang on. We do need a spot for an inserter to be able to grab holmium plates out of. And then that can join back up to the main holmium plate bus thing. Nice. Very nice. And then that plugs in like that. So that's going to be our holmium solution. So that's going to be our holmium plates. Next, we need to power that. Probably just need to chuck a pipe there. Need a pipe to ground. No, we have pipe to grounds. Interesting. When you do the control shift placement, it doesn't replace the pipes with the pipe to grounds like it does belts to belt to grounds. Interesting. Why is that a thing? I wonder. Yeah, we can put productivity modules into here, giving us a grand total of plus 114% productivity. That'll be better if we had legendaries. I think that goes to 125%. But we don't have legendaries on us, so this will have to do. Now, I think we can just copy this design. Big FULGORA rock is in the way. Well, make it not in the way. Okay, nice. We do need to hook this up to power. But that should be plenty of holmium plates to satisfy what we're going to build. There is one other thing we need to do with the holmium, though. And that is... we need to turn it into electrolytes. Electrolytes are done using stone, heavy oil, and holmium solution in an electromagnetic plant. This is where I'm going to use the good electromagnetic plants for. Electrolytes. Now, this is where things are going to get tricky. We need to try and squeeze everything we need, while at the same time trying to get as many beacons attached to these things as well. First things first. Productivity modules are going in, giving us 130% productivity. Then we need stone. Oh, I forgot we need stone for this as well. That is a slight problem. That means I need to split the stone. That's okay, that's okay. We can do this. It's possible I'm going to end up having 2 sets of stone belts. But for the time being, let's just run a splitter. And this needs lightning protection while I goof around up here. Alright chat, we got to figure out how are we going to squeeze this together. We have an output pipe. This can just vent out immediately. But then we need heavy oil to come in. Where's my offshore? I don't have any. We need an offshore pump, which somehow works without getting rid of the cliffs. That's really nice. Offshore pump comes in, and then holmium solution needs to come through as well. Something like that. And then stone needs to arrive somewhere as well. If we grab this and just shuffle it over one, then that means we can squeeze beacon in here. But this is not going to work. I need more space for a splitter. And then the splitter is going to grab the holmium, no, the stone. Then we can put another beacon here. Actually, hang on, no, this can be done better. If we slot this down here instead. Oh, okay, hang on. Shift this over one more. Move this across, this will come up. This can then shuffle over. We do still need to get oil under here. If we copy this now, does that tile? That is the question, chat. Does this tile? That kind of tiles. It's not as gracious as I would have liked it to be, but it does tile. And then I suppose... Oops. We could probably stick one of these over here because... Oh wait, no, this is a fluid. We don't need to worry about inserters. It's not the cleanest. Yeah, learning about tiling blueprints changed how I build. Yeah, this is not the cleanest, but it works. And then that gets that all powered up. It works, so it's probably good enough. So if we then copy this, tile that down a bunch. Because I made the mistake of not building a tileable design earlier on, and I ended up with this whole mess. This was not fun. We still got a lot of beacons set up on that, but it just wasn't great. That's 10.26. We need to get the rest of those beacons across now. So Apollo 13, do you have my beacons? Yes, you do. Let's head back. Not Gleber, FULGORA. Electric Boogaloo, how are you doing? Not too hot. How's Aquilo doing? Do we have foundations yet? Some. Some's better than none, I guess. Take a quick hydration break. Okay. Apollo 13, give me those beacons, please. Here they are. Boom. Plenty of legendary beacons. Nice. Boom. This is going to be very, very cool. I mean, it already is very cool, but this is going to be very, very cool when it starts running. Now we just need to get the ice over to the water, and we need to plug this back into the main power grid. There we go, that's connected. Now we just need the ice to come through, which is not going to come through because we're waiting on everything to get processed. Okay, let's start thinking about how we process all this. Problem number one, gears. Gears are a real big pain in the butt. Is there anything we can do to gears, like turning them into stuff? Turning them into belts is probably the fastest way to get rid of them. So an underground belt needs iron plates, transport belts, which need iron plates and iron gear wheels. Okay, let's try this. I've never actually made belts to get rid of these things quickly before, so this is going to be a new experience. So first of all, gears. They need to come through, and we need to make a quick kickstart of turning them into iron. We can do this easily with some stack inserters, I reckon. Let's get that hooked up to power. So this is going to turn them into gears. Gears, iron plates. What I might even do is instead rely on stack inserters to fill these. Yep, that's better. Now we can use gears along with iron to make transport belts. So this is where I'm going to use some legendary assembly machines. I'm going to bulk insert these. Wait, hang on. Foundries can do these as well. Oh, but you can't melt this down into molten. Okay, never mind. Not foundries. We're not doing foundries. Stack inserter can then put that onto a belt. So the next thing we need is iron plates. Actually, we could just cram this onto this side here. Yeah, okay, there we go. So then this is going to make belts. That's going to make underground belts, which is then going to end up onto one of these belts. Gears are going to crash into that. We might actually even do our little setup here we were talking about earlier, where we turn this into a stacked belt. Like that. And then this comes down. Turns into fast underground belts. And then out these go straight into yet more recyclers. which can then split filter, turn back to the main belt line. Something like that. I have no idea if this is going to work, but I'm hoping it does, because that is the fastest way I can think of getting rid of iron gear wheels, other than just a crazy amount of recyclers. I'm actually having second thoughts now, but we'll see what happens. Next, we need to get rid of concrete. The fastest way to get rid of concrete. This is a little bit of an interesting trick. Concrete can be turned into, if we have a look at the recipe, where is it? Concrete recycling takes 0.62 seconds. However, hazard concrete recycling takes 0.01 seconds. Ah. So if we now take yeah, mind blown, isn't it? Mind blowing stuff here. So if we then take our crafters and we grab more stack inserters, turn this into hazard concrete, which then extracts into, we can probably just use bulk inserters for these, to be honest. That then extracts the hazard concrete, and I just realized I have lights. This whole time we could have been using lights. We have hazard concrete, and then the hazard concrete can go into a recycler. Probably like this. And we can just have that feed back onto the belt as it comes back around in a loop. And that will slowly get rid of all the concrete. Why not place the hazard concrete? I mean, I could. I don't really need to, but I definitely could. Then we need to get some lightning protection here. And that's gotten rid of all of the concrete. Nice. Looks cool. Yeah, I definitely could. I could play around with it. I'll wait until I finish up building the factory first, and then we can look at decorating it. So that's 2 items now dealt with. Steel is the next one. We can do a similar trick with the steel. If we have a look at how long it takes to recycle steel, 1 second does 1 steel in a recycler. That is terrible. But if we turn the steel into steel chests, 0.03 seconds to get rid of a steel chest. So, once again, bring this down. Turn this into a loop. Ka-ching! And then we turn this into another loop. Stack inserter can stack those. Bulk inserter can input back in. We recycle those before sending the ingredients back in. Actually, what we could do, just to save on a bit of belts, a bit of throughput, we could use stack inserters to extract from the output there. So that should now sort out steel. There we go. Just like that. It's more efficient to make iron boxes, steel chests for upcycling when you do that. Yeah. Yep. So that's steel sorted. Now, unfortunately, we can't just do the same thing for these two items, but fortunately, copper cables break down really, really quickly, and then they turn into copper plates. Is the quality mods on the box crafting? Wait. Oh, right, yes. That's actually a good tip. Okay, I'll remember that. That way we don't have to do a space casino. Ooh, actually, yeah, that's not too bad of an idea. Just a shame we can't cast steel chest, but that's fine. Now, these remaining items are a little bit more tricky to figure out. The copper wires, not so much. What I might actually do is swap these around. Let's change this over to a solid fuel. Now, blunt force trauma, why are you getting parts destroyed? Ah, because you're out of... It's the eggs, okay. I forgot about the eggs. That is a problem. Can you throw it into the oil? No, unfortunately. Do we have any repair packs? Yes, we do. Okay, that's going to spoil. Hopefully that doesn't destroy the ship. Oh man, why are we not repairing things quickly enough? Repair speed 2. Damn, that's too slow. Those are just going to keep hatching. Alright, whatever. So let's swap those around. Copper wire is going to come onto this belt. So we can run this further out over here. This one is just going to be a simple... hang on. Let me just pick up all this solid fuel first. This is not actually going to be solid fuel. My inventory is full. That's not good. Stone, solid fuel, sure. Okay, copper wire is going to end up on this belt. We need to just grab it and throw it into recyclers. And then filter and stack inserters don't need to be done here. We can probably just run this onto a belt. That then runs in a loop and inserts into here. That'll get rid of the copper wires. Alrighty, so that's the copper wires sorted. Now, the last two items, low density structures and rocket fuel. I'm gonna do, oh sorry, not rocket fuel, I'm a solid fuel. Yeah, we got low density structures and solid fuel. So solid fuel, we don't exactly just want to burn or get rid of. We want to turn it into rocket fuel, and that way we don't have to ship rocket fuel to FULGORA. We can just turn it into rocket fuel and send it over to the rockets right here. So to do rocket fuel, we need solid fuel and light oil, which means we got to get cracking. And unfortunately, that means we're going to have to remove these. No, not the lube. Get cracking, yes. Where did that go? We can get rid of that. Yeah, what? Not the lube. Blasphemy. What is this blasphemy? Okay, so then that's going to be our setup there. So cracking can be done in a biochamber, but that's not going to happen on FULGORA. Chemical plant. We need water and heavy oil. Oh no, this is... Okay, you know what? The lube stays. We're going to do the cracking up here next to the water. So the water comes around. Yay! Cracking, cracking, cracking. This place soaks a lot of ice. It's crazy. Which reminds me, I should probably put productivity modules in these so we get the most water out of that. And we should probably do the same for these things so we get the most light oil out of the water. Let's plug these water pipes in. And then the heavy oil becomes a problem. Okay, hang on, I think I goofed this. Move this over one. Need to use pipe to grounds. Oh, hang on, that's the wrong pipe. Pipe to grounds to do this. And then we can have a pipe running through the middle for our heavy oil. Looks like we need some more lightning protection again. Heavy oil needs some offshore pumps. Where are the pumps? Where'd they go? Here we go. There we go. So the pumps are going in. We got heavy oil, light oil. Now we just need to connect these up. This needs to run back down. Oops. That's not what we wanted. There we go. Can we do a pipe to ground here? I assume we can, and then we can get rid of this. Save us on some foundations. Right, now, this is where we grab our solid fuel. Solid fuel then needs to turn into rocket fuel. Can that be done anywhere else? No, just assembly machines. Okay. Which reminds me, I did spend a little bit of time off camera tweaking a couple things on Narvis. One thing I did was I had to speed up our rocket fuel production. Good night. All right, I'll catch you, dude. Hope you have a good evening. But basically, this wasn't producing enough rocket fuel. And that was a problem. You know, is this still... Are these eggs still hatching? Oh my goodness, they are. That was a problem because we couldn't actually launch rockets anymore. That has since been corrected. But I'm wondering if I should use this design or if I should try another design. Let's try something a little fresh. So if we have ourselves an assembler making rocket fuel, we need our light oil to come in from the top. And then our solid fuel coming in from another side. And then we need to squeeze a beacon in between that. Probably like this. And then honestly, I reckon that's probably good enough. We can stick some beacons in there. Yeah, that'll probably do, to be honest. Man, these guys are getting rowdy. Okay, and then we can do productivity modules in here. Speed modules all around. Can we get any more speed? Oh, we can. Sweet, okay. Nice. This is in the wrong spot though. I would like to get rid of that. Let's cut this and bring it down here. And then we can get the light oil to come straight in. There we go. And I think that's everything ready to go for rocket fuel. Ah, except one minor oversight. I forgot we need to actually deposit the fuel somewhere. So if we chuck, let's do a stack inserter. We chuck these here. We can just do a quick manifold of tunnels. Something like that will work. This way we can actually fit some more beacons around. Ooh. We love that. That's going to be, oh, crafting speed 24. That's wild. Yeah, I guess we'll see what that does for our rocket fuel production rate. So the last thing to do now is to deal with processing the low density structures. Now, where am I going to do that? I have no idea. Possible we need to do that over on this side maybe. Let's get these batteries across. Yep, low density structures on the move. Oh, everything's on the move now. Yeah, my inventory is just filling up with garbage. So low density structures are going to give us two very important ingredients. Number one, they're going to give us copper. And number two, they're going to give us plastic. We're already getting copper plates out of the copper wires here, but it's just at such a low return rate that we don't really care about that. What's wrong with Gleber? There's always something wrong with Gleber. So low density structures. They also give steel, which means we need to send the steel back onto the steel bus. That's fine though, that's easy to handle. That's this middle one here. Yeah, this is the part where I get into trouble. Space restrictions are something that I always struggle with. But I think we can just turn the corner here and do it on the other side. This way. Yep, okay, so. If we grab our recyclers. We might actually flip these horizontally and put them through a splitter. How many more eggs do we have? Oh wait, that's all of them. Okay, that's fine. This is where the fun begins, so... Actually, splitter can straight up split copper onto one side. Yes, this will work. Copper comes out one side. Everything else comes out the other side, which then needs to split once more into plastic. A tunnel can jump the copper over to this side, and they can then merge together. And then we need to do the same thing with plastic. And then the steel needs to just get the heck out of here. We don't care about the steel. So the steel can jump. Where's the steel coming in? This belt here. Steel can join up on this belt. Yeah, there we go. Now, we need to get this copper plate out. And the copper plate needs to be used to make superconductors. Along with the plastic bars. And the superconductors need to be mixed with holmium plates and light oil. So, yet another use for the light oil. Holmium plates need to come further down. This stone needs to return up here. Yep, okay. Holmium solution has not jumped over yet. Oh, hang on. Uh-oh. What if we flipped? Okay, I've realized a minor problem. The heavy oil needs to jump. Oh no. No! Wait! The heavy oil! How do we connect these up? Okay, hang on. I think change of plans. The design is changing. I'm gonna flip these around. That's gonna come out. Yeah, let's erase all this. No, my inventory. Okay, where's the offshore pump? That's gonna go there. Heavy oil will form this. Rotate that, flip it around. Yes, this will work better, I think. That way we haven't lost any beacons. Nice. No bacons lost. Damn, we could almost even shift this over and stick a beacon into here. This can then move back in. Oh wait, no, hang on, that can't move back in. Because we need to connect these up with pipes. Okay, and then if we copy this... Except we flip that. Plug the power in over here. Ooh, okay, this will work. Except this is now heavy oil somehow. Okay, let's get rid of that. Don't want to mix the fluids. Do I have a normal substation? I don't really want to waste. There we go. That'll work. Okay, so heavy oil comes in. Pipe comes out. And then... yeah, we're going to lose a beacon over here. I don't think there's anything we can do about that. That's okay, then the electrolytes come out over this side. Alright, this might work. So if we then copy this... wait, hang on. Yeah, if we copy this... why does this not tile? There we go, that tiles. This needs to drop down here. Then this drops down here. There we go. Now we have our tiling design. Finally. Yay, tiles! Woohoo! Then we should be able to just copy this pipeline. And that should form everything we need for the electrolytes. Properly this time. Yes, okay, so now we just need the holmium ore to come in. Superconductors need the copper plate, the plastic bars, the holmium plates. There we go, copper plates, plastic bars, holmium plates. Just realized I've also got excessive tunnels that I don't want. Chromium plates, all this stuff. So now we need to figure out a way to make superconductors. So, oh god. Fluids probably need to come through the same way that they... oh, actually no, they could go vertically. So we need to mix... oh, hang on. I've just had an idea. And I don't like that idea. I'm going to ignore the fact that I came up with it. There we go, there's some items. Bulk inserter. This continues along. That splits. This turns into a pipe. This inserts. And then we just need the light oil, which is coming in through here. Beacons. How do we get our beacons in? 1, 2, 4. 6. We could probably shift this back a little bit. 7. There we go. 7 of those will probably do us well. We could even squeeze a couple more if we really wanted to. Okay, and then we can copy this. That's going to make us a few superconductors. We need some more lightning protection. Need some power. I think we could probably get away with a substation here. And a pipeline. And we're golden. Golden just like the light oil. Now I need to just copy this little module here. Copy it a couple times. We need yet more lightning protection. Here we go. Okay. One last thing to do is extract with stack inserters the final product. Oh, hang on. No, wrong side. I don't want that grabbing. That's grabbing off the, that's grabbing off the splitter. That's not what we want. There we go, that's better. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 beacons around that. Then we need our productivity modules to go in here. Speed modules goes all around. Did I hook up all these the same? Yeah, I did. Cool. Alright, that's superconductors done. Awesome. The next thing we need to do, after hooking up that light oil, oh, there we go. That came out real quick. Last thing we need to do now is sort out these 2 items. So we need to turn... Oh, hang on. Gotta use our brains for this. We need to be producing... Where is it? Supercapacitors, which need the batteries, more holmium plates, but they more importantly need the superconductors and electrolytes and electronic circuits. Electronic circuits come best from the blue circuits, so we need to set up a recycling unit here. We'll probably just do it in this area right here. So once again, let's copy this setup here. Blue circuits are going to come into this place. And then we have 2 items that are going to come out of here. One is green circuits, one is red circuits. Green circuits are nice and easy because we can just jump that with a tunnel. Then the red circuits we need to dispose of, I believe. How are we going to dispose of this? Because they give us a lot of... Well, they give us plastic though. That is kind of useful. Let's try sending this around first. See if that gets running a little bit more. Damn, that is a lot of items. That is a lot of items. Here we go. Here's our thingos. What we might actually do is our little stack inserter setup once again. This actually works really well. I need some legendary substations. There we go. That'll power you. Now, how much of everything else did we just make? That's quite a lot of superconductors. So the supercapacitors, where should we do that? I need electrolytes, which are already up here. Could swing that down. I want to kind of keep this in the same spot. What if we flip this around and then brought it down this way? Yeah, we can bring it down here, and then supercapacitors, ohmium plates we need to grab. We probably just split from this. There we go. Then we have our circuits. And then we have our batteries down here. Okay, sweet. We need 4 items to go into these at a time. Four items and then a liquid. Oh boy. So we only really need 2 belts, do we? 2 belts. We can bring this probably further up. Okay, that's going to be input number 1. Circuits can come further down here, swing around, and then we can probably just do the same setup that we did here, because this was nice and compact. Yeah, something like that would work. Circuits enter in here. Batteries. Into here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hang on, I just messed that up. There we go. Circuits on one side, batteries on the other side. Except our circuits have vanished somewhere. I don't know why they just vanished. There we go, there's some more. Sweet, okay, and then we just need the electrolytes. And we need a lightning tower because I just erased it. Well, there you go. This can go underground. Come back around. Probably rotate that a little bit. Boom. Electrolytes. Productivity. Now we just need to squeeze beacons around. Somehow. This is going to end up destroying my inventory. They're what plants crave. Yes. There we go. We also got rocket fuel coming through now. Ooh. That's a nice amount of rocket fuel. Nice and stacked. We like that. Oh, yes. Okay, I need some lighting over here. Just so we can see a little bit better in the dark. Here we have our supercapacitors. Then we need the supercapacitors to go somewhere. I'm thinking we can probably just grab another stack inserter, put it into a tunnel, and then swing this around. That'll work. Now, electrolytes, what just happened to you? You're not producing because we don't have stone heading to you because somehow I flipped these belts. How the heck that happened, I have no idea. Alright, we're nearly there. Nearly there, chat. I think all this needs to move down one. Because then I can fit. Because, no, I can't. Nope, hang on. It needs to move down 2. Now we can squeeze some beacons in here. Yes. Then this is where it's going to get a little bit tricky. You know what? Why don't we just flip this around like that and then we don't have to do the whole chain thing? Which does mean all of this needs to move down even further. If we grab our beacons again... Actually, hang on, let's... That's copying into a manifold. Yeah, okay, this is big manifold time. Which doesn't quite fit. Unless we... Unless we moved it over 1. Okay, that might work. Not as compact as I wanted it to be, but it'll do. Actually, hang on. This kind of needs to join up here. That looks a little better. Yep, okay, I'm liking that. Yes, okay. This is looking good. How many beacons can we squeeze in here now? The answer is yes, we can squeeze quite a lot. Awesome. Okay, and then we can just join this up into a pipeline. Just like that. And we even have space to fit some substations. I'm quite happy with that. What do you think, chat? Does this look good? That's going to be 26 plus 716% production speed. I think that looks good. Okay, the last thing that's holding us up now. Much better. It was looking like spaghetti. I mean, yeah, it's much better than this. This was an absolute mess, so we've definitely fixed that up now. Also, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Ah, hang on, this hasn't connected up. Why have you not connected up? That would explain a few things. Nice, 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 nice. Okay, then we need to sort out these red circuits. What are we going to do with the red circuits? I suppose they're a little extra electronic circuits, but we just have so many coming out of the blue circuits, we don't really need to care about that. A little bit of extra plastic's kind of useless, and the copper cable's kind of useless. Oh. What do we do with this, chat? I kind of feel like we just need to get rid of it. And we should probably jump it across over here as well. There we go. Sweet. Yep, items are starting to come through now. That's really nice to see. All right, we gotta figure out how to get rid of these. I think if we just do the same setup here, maybe even go upwards, that's going to produce us green circuits, which we can again run one of these. But then we need to get rid of everything else. Plastic. How is this looking? I'm not liking how these aren't stacking completely. That is a little bit annoying. Plastic does come through a little bit slow, so we might save the plastic from this. Oh, that is a little ugly. We quickly, oh jeez, this is this is a bit of a mess. Plastic can come out on one side, and then the copper wire can jump out to the other side and join back up with the copper wire belt, the copper wire bus, I should say. Something like that. There we go. That should now... Oh, hang on. What happened here? Go to view. Nice. That should now be every single item accounted for. Uh-oh. I forgot to filter this. Oh, that's a disaster. I need to filter those. I need to get rid of the stone. Which I didn't even realize we got stone out of that. That's... Learn something new every day. Do we have the same problem here? No, I don't think we would. Yeah, okay, we just need some power over here now. Might just use a regular substation for that, save on our legendaries. Okay, then the plastic needs to come through and join up over here onto this belt. Okay, nice and easy. Should be easy anyway. Just like that. Could even run a split to get onto 2 lanes there. Nice. So all that's left now is figuring out why we're not getting holmium plates and superconductors. Mystery solved. Superconductors and holmium plates had been cut off. Here we go. Supercapacitors, yes. So what are we missing now? We got supercapacitors, we need accumulators, and then we have the other fluids. Accumulators, where are we going to do accumulators? We're getting spare iron from here, so we might as well split that. And then I suppose we could just do accumulators over here. Now, accumulators can be done with a bit of a different design yet again, because they're made in electromagnetic plants. However, we don't need any fluids to do these ones, so that's a huzzah moment. So, and they also don't do productivity, so we can just do speed modules. Do we want to do quality? The only thing quality is going to help us with is the little power storage here. Now, let's not do quality. Actually, let's move this a little further down. If we run a singular belt down and then grab from it, then we can continue squeezing beacons all the way around. Yeah. That'll probably do. We could squeeze some more here, actually. And then copy this. It's not quite a symmetrical build, is it? But that'll work. Yes! Let's see how that goes. And then we should be able to squeeze power into here. And then these need to output onto... Oh, actually, this is a little bit tight. Let's make a bit more space. You should be able to output onto a manifold. Something like that. Then we need to deliver that over onto this side, where we can do the electromagnetic science pack production. These need 2 fluids, so that's going to be a little annoying. Supercapacitors and accumulators. Let's grab one of these. How do the fluids look? Oh, not on either side. Okay, that's not so bad. Yeah, we could run them in a very big chain like that. Or, yeah, let's try and make a little bit more space. Big problem here is going to be inserting the items. But if we just do a quick little dirty inserter like that, we do also need a stack inserter to export. Something like that. Then we can squeeze our beacons once again, our bacons. That doesn't quite squeeze in, does it? No. Maybe we just settle with doing that. That's still 12. That's still 12. I'm still happy with that. And then we can squeeze a little substation in there. Yeah, I like that design. And then we can have our 2 fluids. Oh, wait, I'm out of pipes. We can have our 2 fluids coming down here. We get a splitter and a merger. That's going to be our science output. That's going to be our ingredients output, which is the compactors, the supercapacitors, and the accumulators. Squeeze a happy little substation here. What did I come back to? Bob Ross? I mean, it's a happy little planet, you know? We're just having a good vibing time. Iron plates and batteries. So now we need to get those across. Iron plates. Oh, hang on. We do have a small problem here. Okay, when this runs out, we need... Okay. Right. When this fills up, we need to turn it into recycling into waste. The problem is this needs to loop around, and then we need to do a priority input from the left. There we go, that works. Priority output on the right. That'll work. That cleans that belt up. I forgot there was a Bob Ross emote. Okay, then we need to line this up with speed. We can do... Would it be faster to just burn fuels? I don't think so. Like these burn... Hang on. Do we have any heat? We have a heating tower on us. Let's grab some of this fuel. No, okay, that burns at that speed. These burn at that speed. So it is faster to just recycle them into nothing than it is to burn them. Don't ask me the physics of how that works. Can we copy this now? Is this tileable? It's tileable. Look at that. It just works. And we can put down a happy little lightning rod here. Nope, that needs to be over here. Nope, that wasn't good enough. Maybe if you could use the heat, I guess. I mean, I could put it into turbines and then use water, but the problem is I need to save the water for the rest of the processes up here. Otherwise, yeah, I'd absolutely be using steam turbines for the time, for the power generation. Oh, we have way too many batteries now. Right, because we need to split the batteries. Okay, hang on. We can split this. Where do they need to go? They need to end up here. Onto this belt. So a tunnel is going to jump across there. Then we can run another bus up here for the batteries. But then we need to make sure that the batteries only end up on one side of the belts. And not on both sides like they just did. Oh, this is tight. There we go. We have way too many batteries. This will be remembered for later. Probably. But that will come at a much later time because that's just one bus. That is just one bus. We have 16 more to deal with. But now that that's making accumulators, we should be able to bring that back over to here now. And that needs to end up with what other items? Supercapacitors. That needs to join up with this group. I think we'll just sneak it across here. Boom, like that. That sticks under. This comes across. And then joins up with this belt. Then this joins up to here. Now, this is going to be the output for our science. And it needs to head off down to our little spaceport over here. Oh, which reminds me, we need to also deliver blue circuits. Yeah, let's split this. And we are out of tunnels. That's not fun. Blue circuits need to come all the way around here and enter this region. Somehow we need to get it. We'll just have to go around the whole recycling plant. And probably the same thing needs to happen to the rocket fuel. And we've lost power over here. Fun. Rocket fuel, get over here. Lightning tower, get over here. There we go. Awesome, awesome, awesome. That's all connected up and protected. Because we use protection on this channel. Lightning protection is very important. And then this joins up and can now form our supply chests. So we need inserters, filter this for rocket fuel, and we filter this one for blue circuits, and then we need to power that somehow. There you go, that'll give you power. Then we need to connect that up to the grid. Boom. Now we just need to connect that up to a a rocket network. I think we've got one isolated in here. We can put in logistics robots. Yeah, there we go. Now we just need some more rocket roboports. I need more gears. Imagine that. I need gears. Well, there's some on this belt. This is exciting. This is getting exciting. Are these logistically connected? Yes, they are. Sweet. Now we just need to supply some items. Items, items, items. Oh, hang on. Our ice is full. Huh. And our ice is full because we don't have holmium ore. Okay. In that case... In that case, if our ice is full, we can then send the excess and turn it into water. Oh wait, no, we're already turning it into water here. We can... No, hang on, I want a separated thing. We can split it and then turn it into water. And then turn that into our good old trusty steam turbines. Yeah. Big brain. Using our big noggins now. As if we had small ones on hand as well. And then we hook these up together with an autosave. Hook these up together with a pipe. Then we're waiting. What are we waiting for? Turbines. Give me them turbines! Oh wait, no, hang on, that's water. Now we need to turn the water into steam. I forgot about it. I've been playing on Vulcans for too long. Steam! We need a heat exchanger. And then heating pipes, which need steel. I wonder where I can find steel. There we go, there's some steel. And we need copper plates. We have a nice little excess of in here. Heat exchanger. Wait, hang on, no. No, I'm not thinking straight. I didn't need those. Chat, don't listen to me. I am the big stupid. How do we turn this into... Boiler? No, hang on. Heat exchanger. Okay, you know what? We do need... Oh my goodness. Okay, we do need brain cells. Hang on. I need more tunnels. I've just realized my mistake. Heat exchangers require heat. So I need a heating tower first. Which I completely forgot. Okay, this needs to probably split either way. Heating towers need to go here. This needs to shuffle over. That way we can get a heating pipe going. To the heat exchangers. We need more steel. Why is it always steel? Never mind, it's not always steel. I'm just being silly. I don't know what I'm saying with my words. It's that time of stream. Okay, there's some heat pipes, then we need some copper. Heat exchangers need to then go... We need to get the water across. Maybe we do it over here. Oh no, we need to get heat. Ah! Okay, heat exchangers. Need water. There we go, there's our heat exchangers. Then we need our heating pipes. Which we don't have enough of. Oh, we need more steel. Give me the steel, please. And then, after the autosave, we can chuck in fuel. It is now going to slowly heat all of this. Very, very slowly, but that'll eventually heat up, and it's a good way to burn off the fuel. And then we just have all this ice. What am I going to do with all this excess ice? Pick it up, I guess. Yes, I've realized another problem that I'm not going to address right now. But standing right here, you can probably guess what that problem's going to be. Man, that ice fills up quickly. Holy. Okay, we're still waiting on the holmium ore. She's coming through. Have we made any science pack? No, we haven't, because I haven't brought the fluids over. Right. Electrolytes, get over here. Get your ass over here. There we go. And then holmium solution, which we have none of. It's going to come all the way down here. Bring this around. Fill up these pipes. There we go. That should give us the holmium solution that we need. That we have none of. Eventually, that's going to make us electromag science packs. One day. 100 degrees. That's gonna take a while. What if we had a second tower? Eventually that's going to that's going to turn into power. If I place these down. Copper plates and iron gears. We can make a few more turbines. I don't want the plastic. Iron gears. We're not making any iron gears. Why are we not making iron gears? Because everything else is full. It's a disaster site. That'll make us a little bit of power. It's not much, but it'll be a little bit. Need more steel. It'll be a little bit. Okay, how's this going? 150 steel. That's falling because we don't have fuel. No. Okay, we have too much ice. So I think the only thing we can possibly do to get rid of this ice is to vent it. We need to void it. You what? We need to void this. Actually, I've goofed this up as well. I need to give us a little bit of space. Jump this down. Jump this across. Oh, no, we can't jump it across there. Jump this across. And then say input priority is the left. No! Glabber, you suck! Where did they even come from? Probably down here. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Okay, well that's running. We'll see if that eventually makes us some science packs. Probably not. That stone's gonna back up. Okay, we need to get rid of that stone. Oh. 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 Output priority on the right. Stone needs to come around and turn into landfill. A couple of stack inserters should sort you out. Landfill, landfill, where are the landfills? There we go, landfill goes in there, which then probably just dumps into a recycler. And landfill recycles into landfill, would you believe it or not? So then these can just run into each other like that. All right, cool. Glabber, are you still being attacked? Or are we good now? That's a problem. I'm gonna have to sort that out. All right, let's try and empty ourselves and get back up there. Fuel, go in there, please. The rest of you can turn into something else. Batteries. Into you. Holmium plates can go into here probably. Holmium ore. Why am I carrying so much holmium ore? Oh. Oh. We forgot. I forgot, not you. I forgot to put speed modules in these things. So we do actually have holmium ore, it turns out. It's not up there. But we have some here. There we go. How's our power looking? Ouch. No, actually, that's okay. That is okay. What happened to the gears? Why have the gears stopped? Because the gears have stopped. Okay. They've genuinely stopped. I think we just need to route these gears somewhere else and turn them into iron plates somewhere else. What's going on here? Why are you not? Oh. Yeah, okay, this idea didn't work. We're producing to... Oh my goodness, that is a completely full output. That is not fun. Okay, let's just carry these all the way out this way. Why is there fuel on this belt? Okay, we got gears. Which needs to turn into iron. And then the iron needs to turn into iron boxes so that we can get rid of it quickly. Which then returns onto the central belt. We could actually jump that. We're going to split it here. And then we can just feed that all the way back around. This is going to make one of these. I've just realized I have no idea what I'm doing. Which is about standard for this channel. Maybe that'll work. We need some power. Yeah, a regular substation will probably do. Let's see how that works. Does that get rid of the gears quick enough? It probably won't. What if we put some speed modules on these? Yep, okay. And then now we're out of gears. Nice. That worked. That belt is now fully in motion. So now I think we need to run back to Gleba and try and fix what went wrong. I don't want to. I could just let it hold on for a little longer. Maybe we'll do that. So the next thing we need to do is try and figure out how to get the rest of this main bus sorted into this main bus. Oh god. That is not a huzzah moment. Chat, what have I done? Why do I do this to myself? Okay, hang on. If we move this. If we move this to over here. Just for the time being. That's barely enough space, is it? Oh, jeez. Okay, never mind. If we move this over here... we need to make some space to be able to do more of these sort of filter outer thingies. What has happened here? Why is this full? Supercapacitors, you're full because you don't have holmium solution. We don't have holmium. Oh, it's the red circuits again. Dang it. We gotta start venting this stuff out. How do we do that? Chat, what's the best way to vent this out? We could filter these out again. Just dump it into the heavy oil. We can't do that though, can we? Nope, he doesn't want to. Oh, that's a shame. Pain. Yes, that is what I would describe this situation as. We switch this to plastic. Throw it back into the lava. We need to bring some lava over here. That's what we really need. That's gonna hop. That's gonna hop. These all have to hop. I don't know, let's throw them back on the main belt. No, because then that's got to go and find other places to go. That's not fun. Copper cable. Hang on, why is this not extract? Oh, right, yeah, okay. This should flip. I'm gonna flip. Okay, that's going to be green circuits. We need to dispose of those somehow. Plastic's coming down on this side. Copper wires are coming out on this side. And then copper wires. Oh, where are the copper wires gonna go? Where are we gonna put the copper wires? Actually, no, the copper wires go back on the main belt. I forgot about that. They join up here. They join up on this belt. And so can this. Yep, okay, and then this joins back up here. That hops. Should really make the most I can out of the real estate of this. If you're just trying to destroy it, why not throw another recycler on the output of the red chip one? Because of the clogged ingredients, I'll demonstrate. You can do a feedback loop, or you could do another one where you get a dual feedback loop on this side. The problem is you get so many different items out at such a high rate that this thing can't feed back into this thing. However, over here, that does work, so you could do that. You absolutely could vent that, especially if you put down speed modules. I mean, that kind of actually worked. So much garbage. That planet is a completely new game. Recycling simulator. That's a good name for it. FULGORA is the recycling planet. It is pretty ridiculous. Like, my first attempt at FULGORA was this thing, and it's kind of small. So why are you scrapping everything? Because I like scrapping everything. I'm scrapping it because I just kind of don't have a use for it, to be honest. We are saving a lot of everything else, though. Yeah, maybe we just go with this setup. This... Oh, wait, yeah. This is the problem. This ends up not working. We could do a setup where we have more inserters belting out. Hang on. What if we did something like... Actually, no, those are two different items. No, it's not clean, unfortunately. Not as clean as I'd like it to be. If we get back to this... Plastic can join back up here. That's easy to do. Wait, what the? Wait, what? Oh, this heads downwards. Whoops. Okay, we can't go downwards. We have to go downwards. We can do a quick belt merger here. Actually, we could shift that down. Save us a little bit of space, tile space. Then... Then we need to get... Oh, this is full. What happened here? I forgot to connect that. That's what happened. Okay, so now these are spitting things out. But that's going to fill up. We could do one of these and then... No, we got two different items there. That's not going to work. But we could filter these. That's going to work. Maybe. Hang on. This is getting a little bit too compact now. This is really just build a million belts until it works simulator. There we go. And then we can stick that into our iron space. Where were we delivering iron again? Over here. Yeah, okay, let's try and deliver that. Or do I not want to? I don't think I want to. That's going to take up too much real estate. Let's just do one of these. Iron chest. Feed back into itself. No, hang on, that needs to feed into a recycler that then feeds back into itself. Nice. And then the rest of these need to find their way and join up. Where was the copper wire that we had again? I think it's over here. That can join up there. Okay. Now we have a new problem. The problems never stop. We need to get rid of the excess here. The excess copper. I think we can just run this here. Yep, I think that works. So that clears the excess copper, but then we have excess plastic. Which I think, once again, needs to do the same thing. Yeah, look at that recycling speed. Alright, so that's that dealt with. Now we've got some space again. We could even throw down a beacon to try and speed this up a little more. Yep, that's going absolutely berserk. To the point where, okay, we need copper in here. I feel like Limmy, I don't get it. Purple boggle a lot. Purple. Okay, so basically, when we scrap, it recycles into all of these items. We have this thing filtering that out into their own bus lanes. But then what happens is we end up with so many items. For example, we take the low density structures here and we turn them into copper plates and plastic bars, which we then use in here, although this is completely full. But we use these items as ingredients to make other things, such as superconductors, but then we end up with too many. As you can see here, we have too many. It's backing up, which means that this recycler can't keep getting rid of the low density structures because it can't deposit any more items because the outputs are completely full. So I need to scrap the output items to unclog the belt so that they can start exporting again. Which unfortunately is still not happening quick enough. So I need to add another beacon. And then once that's freed up, they can start picking up the low density structures again off the belt, which then frees up this, which allows everything else to pass through, such as you can probably barely make out here, there's some items sitting on this belt lane which can't get through because there's a low density structure being blocked. So that's the dilemma we're dealing with. And I think if we chuck a legendary beacon with some higher quality speed modules in here, we can sort that problem out. Yep, that's going quicker. But not nearly quick enough. You don't use low density struct for rocket parts? You, sir, have just solved a mystery that I was about to run into. Very good observation. There is space for a second raw. Yes. Very good observation. We do need the low density structure for rocket parts. I completely forgot that. You may now bully the streamer. This needs to join up onto this side. Comes down and around. Which then joins up. Why did I just... What am I doing? There we go. There we go. Right, and then, yeah, failing that, we can also, because that will probably fill up, we still need to find a way to deal with this. That will still back up. There we go. Oh, I don't know if that's picking up. So I'm playing the game. Actually, no, yeah, that's 60 frames per second. That progress bar is very scuffed. That's going so quick. I wonder if... Could we also do this? Yeah, we absolutely can. This looks ridiculous. That looks so silly. Okay, but that is clearing up now, so that's good. And then they have a priority split going on this belt. So they'll try and fill up this belt first, and then if they can't, then this will just recycle, and there we go, we're empty. We did it. We has done it. Except for the blue. Yes, okay, blue is the next problem. This can probably join up with this network somehow. Although that's already pre-filtered. Okay, what if we turn this into a tunnel and instead we shuffle this down a little bit? Yeah, we're gonna have to shuffle that down just a little bit more. Something like that. And my plan now is... red circuits go over here, green circuits come down, and join up with this group. We will now, hopefully, recycle everything quickly enough. Yeah, that looks better. Everything's now running through there. Okay, cool. We still haven't made any holmium solution to spare. Now, why is that? We absolutely should have. We have holmium solution in here. Oh! There it is, chat. I forgot the pipes. I forgot the pipes. This whole time. There we go, we got Slurpee bottles. Okay, there we go. Sweet. Okay, so now we have our jars. We need to deliver them somehow back to the spaceport. I think we can just piggyback along this belt line. Yeah. Yep, let's do that. So that jumps across. I'm going to ignore the fact that one little tiny red circuit slipped away in there. Okay, this can come around. I am very curious to see what our production rates are going to be like. This is the first production rate test that we're going to be able to do. Oh, that's a nice looking belt. Also, how's Carnage doing on his Factorio playthrough? I've seen he's been streaming quite a bit of Factorio lately. Getting some pretty crazy viewership numbers. Science needs to come around onto the other side. Started on Fulgora. Ooh, okay, so we're kind of... Well, we're not in the same place because I'm at the end game, but that's... I remember my first Fulgora experience was quite interesting. We can grab a few more foundations from here. Actually reminds me, how's Aquilo doing? Foundations are kind of there. We can probably go and pick some up. Actually, I think I tuned in on his last stream. It was a point everyone was screaming at him not to use the yellow boxes on Fulgora. And yes, I definitely know why. The yellow storage boxes can be a bit of a death sentence for your inventory. Okay, that's going in, but that's going in very slowly. What I might do is instead we can hop this. Get rid of that. And instead, we can probably just do a row of these. Oops, nope, those need to go the other way around. Boom. We now have science pack insertion. That doesn't sound right. So now we just need to be producing more. So our production rates are now at... Well, an hour ago they were at 370. Now they're at 500. So 370 an hour ago would have been the main factory. Or the previous factory over here. So now we've added an extra 200 per second here, but the problem is our holmium. The holmium solution is not coming through because we need holmium ore. We don't have holmium ore because we don't have holmium ore. Okay. This is the part where the night gets really, really fun. Not. And I need to start trying to filter these. So if we cut that off early and then start using this bus. Oh boy. This is where the disaster starts. I've tried to unspaghettify this as much as possible. I think I did a pretty good job, but this is the part where it inevitably turns into spaghetti. Okay, batteries. Batteries are going to go here. Oh. Ice is going to turn around. These are going to join up. Let the spaghetti begin. Let the Italian architecture begin. Here we go. So the batteries come through from here. Iron gears need to join up. I'm probably going to end up doing this many different ways by the time this is over. But there we go. The gears come through. The stone needs to go on this side. Actually, that could be kind of easy. Just merge that together like that. Concrete needs to join up onto this belt. Okay, there we go. Ice. Ice needs to join up here. I do not have enough space to fit that on. Oh, geez. Okay, that can mix up. We can do a tunnel. Freaking dirty. Nope, this has to go downwards. I don't like this. Oh, that doesn't quite... Okay, hang on. Okay, that joins up there. This can probably just swing around this way. 07 to my inventory again. And I've completely lost myself. Stone goes through here. Ice goes through there. Batteries go through there. This is concrete. Where's that Markiplier meme where he's like, this is awful. This is good. This is awful. This needs to burn. That's what I'm feeling right now. And then steel needs to go there. I wonder if I should be doing belt weaving. Would that make this any easier, or would it just confuse me more? Knowing me, it would probably just confuse me more. Confusion, yes, absolutely. Let the spaghetti spin. Our spaghetti now has a spin cycle, chat. We did it. Okay, so that's that part done. Now we need to... Sushi? Nah. Belt weaving? Problem with belt weaving is you have to use slower belts, and I kind of need maximum throughput for this. This guy needs to get over there somehow. How far can this jump? Okay, that's considerable. There we go, that gets that across. Copper wires, where are you gonna go? You've got to get over there. Why do you have to get over there? Okay, hang on. See, okay, this is the sort of mess that caused me to resort to using bots on my first attempt, which you can tell is my first attempt because I still got blue belts here. But I just had chests everywhere that I'll just instantly deposit into, but I think we're already pushing our robot limit on Gleba, so I'm gonna ignore that. I'm gonna try and avoid as much as we can using bots. No, that's on the wrong belt. I have the feeling if your sorter is longer, more space will be easier to combine. Yes, you're probably right. In the quest for compactness, we end up with more space consumed. Okay, that's almost all the items. Now we just need to send the fuel somewhere. And then I can get the solid fuel coming into here. Then we need to get the blue circuits out somehow. Oh no. Hang on, we can bring the blue circuits here. Madness, this is Factorio! Which is madness. This madness we're going to finish. Madness we're going to conquer. Yeah, then there's our holmium, so we need to then get the holmium across. Low density structures can come across as well. Holmium... holmium. That can go... Where does that need to go? That needs to get over on this side. The low density structures need to get onto the other side as well. Okay, that's 2 belts. 2 belts of our bus sorted. Oh dear. Which means we can probably get rid of this now. Earn back a little bit of space. Wow. What have I gotten myself into, chat? Okay, but that should be a little bit more holmium, which means we should be getting more holmium solution. Which is starting to come through. So now we need to do that again. There's got to be a better way to do this. There has to be. It involves more foundations, but the better way to do this would probably be sorting everything and then exporting them onto 4-lane buses. Which is going to be really difficult. Also, I just realized I don't even have radar coverage on this planet. On this new factory area. Let's fix that right now. Very messy radar coverage, but that'll do. Wait, I'm having a brainwave. Which is usually a sign I'm about to kill something. Okay, here's a question, here's a question. I'm gonna need more thingos. Can you stairs step your sort of verse offset it? I probably could. I'm going to take a page out of something that I think Curzon? I think you suggested it? And do we have our foundations here? Almost. Electric Boogaloo, do you have... I need your stack inserters, please. I'm going to attempt something. And this might be a very intelligent idea. Hang on, let me run it through my head. It's going to have some minor teething issues, but the biggest challenge is going to be looping it. Oh, okay, hang on. This could work, this could work. Here's my idea. So, if we filter these, for each of the items, this is going to be... what's the number one item we have? Gears. We got gears. We got steel. Is that next? No. Solid fuel, concrete, ice, steel. Okay, hang on. Solid fuel, concrete, ice. You can probably see where I'm going with this. Steel. I've had a brilliant idea. Okay, after steel, we have battery, stone, circuit, copper. Battery. Was it stone next? Battery, stone. Circuit. Copper wire. Next is blue circuit, low density structure. And then the final item is holmium ore. So here's my idea. This is going to be really dumb, I think. Let's try this though. So if I grab input priority on the right, output priority on the left, you may run into an issue if items pass by the inserters while they're swinging. Ah, yes. However, that's where we decide to go with a sushi belt design. Ah, okay. And then these need to export into buses of their respective items. Okay, hang on. This might be an idea. Then we just need to merge those. Ooh, okay, hang on. I'm kind of actually liking this idea. I need to call in an abduction. Someone stole Chaos. Ooh, okay, hang on. This might work. Actually, yeah, this might really work because if we offset these, at least it's pretty. Yes. Okay, I wonder, maybe we don't need two on a belt. Hang on, let's pick these up. We copy this. There we go, that's going to form our buses. And then if we did the same thing on this side that then just goes over to the left, we can then merge them in the middle and get ourselves some buses. The only problem is it's still going to be a little bit messy when it comes down to... Hang on a second, I've just had another brainwave. We copy this, flip it, but then flip these. Does that put them onto the other side? No! No, it doesn't. Oh, that would have been so nice. Sadly, no. Okay, this is the part where I need to find a corner of my room to scream in, because I think we need to actually... Oh, actually, no, hang on. Will this fit? Wait, it fits! It fits, it fits, it fits, it fits, it fits. Oh my goodness. Wait a minute. Chat, we can cook. It kind of doesn't fit. Hang on. Wait, chat. We're not cooking yet. We're preparing. We're sourcing ingredients. Hang on. Hold up. Wait a minute. That's definitely going on a shirt. If this comes... If we copy this... That goes on one side. And then... Let's get rid of all this. That goes on one side, and then if we copy this but flip it, does this deposit onto the other side? No, it's still on one side. Dang it. Oh, damn. Okay, that is an issue. And now I have to say goodbye to my inventory. I messed that up. Can we dump ice in here somewhere? Yeah, that'll probably do. Is this making power? No. Okay. Fun. Feel like we're so close, chat. Okay, if we cut this off. I have it. Uh-oh. Hang on, let's make a copy of this. Hi. Uh-oh. Vic's here to tell me that I'm messing up again. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Just gotta figure out Discord DM. Uh-oh. Let's have a look. Let's see, what is this? How do I import again? Import string. What's this? Very interesting. Okay, so you've got two things jumping across. That's on the far side, so they can go into the tunnels. And then that merges into a belt. I like it. It is going to be a little longer. But then you get a two-sided belt. Okay. Yep, okay, I see. So in that case... we run this over here. We have ourselves the stack inserters. Hang on. Wait. It doesn't necessarily... No, you're right. It does. It does. Rotate that around. And then we have the similar setup up here. That jumps onto there. Okay, so that's the setup. And then... anything that they miss, come back around into a little sushi belt setup. Something like that. Okay, so that's going to be 2 items at a time. So gears on one side, those on the other side, and then we just copy this. I like this design. You're a genius. My chat is full of geniuses. Where do I get those brain cells? Is a parameterized one. I'll quickly... okay, yep, hang on. I'll quickly... there is one small issue. I think we can sort that out with buses. Is where am I going to deliver everything? Okay, we can get rid of this. This is a nightmare. I hate it. Get rid of that. Actually. Yeah, yep, get rid of it. I don't want to think about it anymore. Get rid of that. Get rid of this. Get rid of all of it. Get it out of here. Okay, they've all picked up. We got a problem here with this crashing into each other. Let's try and help that along. What is this? This is rocket fuel. Rocket fuel. And join up. Autosave. Rocket fuel can join up onto this bus. Bus lane. I don't know, are the single lanes... oof. This is a bus belt, not a bus lane. Because the lanes are on each side of the belt, aren't they? Oh god, my inventory. Just dump you all in there. Dump you in there. Dump you in there. There we go, clears my inventory. What is all this? I don't even know, so I'm not going to think about it. Wait, I just realized I have no space to put all this. That's fine, we can make an exception. Okay, after solid fuel, what do we get? Well, we have concrete on that side. Ice. Ah, we need steel next. And this is starting to bring my mush into turn. That literally just came out the way that it did. I'm having a great time. Copper wires go there. Blue circuits go here. Low density structures go here. Nope, they don't. Low density structures go here. And then lastly, holmium goes here. And then any excess we didn't catch travels all the way back around. Down here, nice and compact. Some time ago, my brain are not braining anymore. Do brains need to brain? That's overrated. Okay, this is very nice. I like how this looks. Then we just copy that over. Wait, no, hang on, this isn't gonna... Alright, 07's in the chat for my inventory. Once again, we put this here, and then we're going to have to put this one up here, and then we have to sort of alternate it, I think. Because we have way too much stuff. Alright, I need those foundations. Aquilo, do you have them for me? 1900, that might do. Now we have to figure out how to get all this stuff from here all the way out to over here. How are we going to do that? Alright, so gears need to be on this belt. We can get rid of this bus now. This is not helping anybody anymore. Time to snooze. Alright, thank you for your assistance. Much appreciated. Could rotate the blueprint 90 degrees. That's true. 180. Yeah, 180, that kind of helps. Well, we can do that over here. We can copy this. And then flip it. Is that a mirror or a rotate? It's a mirror. Oh. Yep, I see why that can't be a mirror. Okay. Oh no, my inventory. No. Damn, mistakes are punishing on this planet. Okay, that can't be a mirror. Can't be a mirror. That has to be a rotate. And that has to be a rotate going here. Wait, is that right? Is this not just the same thing? No, it's not. Okay, somehow that works. Then we can copy this, move it down here. Yeah, then just move the splitter to the bottom. Yep. That works. Works brilliantly. Nice. And then we can copy that. All set up and do it again up here. Oh, yes. Yep, flip the splitter. There we go. Nice. Good catch. And then this will come around. Derp. Nice. Okay, we're getting somewhere. This is a much more elegant solution. I like this. Still doesn't quite answer the question of where the heck am I going to direct all these things? Where do we even begin? I suppose we could start doing... Oh, jeez. 4-lane buses aren't going to work very well, are they? Alright, one problem at a time, Chaos. One problem at a time. Let's get the gears going. Can we jump this whole thing? Not quite. Okay, hang on. Jump down there. There we go, there's a 2-laner. Except I don't think we should be... No, we should be going upwards. We should be going upwards. Direct the items to the planets in need, like the Salvation Army. Absolutely. If I could do that easily, that would be very good, because some of our other planets need these items in bulk. And we don't have these items in bulk over there, but we have them here. Would very much like to send them over. My brain is failing. Okay, if we send gears upwards, on all accounts, maybe downwards over here. Then these gears can travel upwards. This can form a very big mega bus of gears. Gears then need to travel into this region. Yep, okay, we can bring that across. Now this is what I call messy. No, actually it's really tidy. It just looks a little messy up here, but it's fine, it's fine. Don't question it. Don't even question it. We are fine. We are very, very mentally stable here. Okay, and then I need to somehow get the rest of the items. Solid fuel. I wonder. Could we just run a big manifold? Something like that. We'll connect these up. And then we can do the same thing with the fuel. Yes, okay, so if we bring the fuel up, I realize I don't have enough space for all this, but we may do. Now this fuel is going to be a little bit trickier to get across. If we jump this and then do a tunnel belt up here, yep, this will work. And then we need to get the fuel across from down here. Yeah, this is going to have to jump across. All right, is our ship arrived? Has our ship arrived with the foundations? Yes, it has. Send those down. Just waiting a little bit for them to come down. There we go. I'm full. Holmium. You guys need holmium. Oh, jeez. Gears. Who wants gears? You guys want gears. Yum. Somebody get these items off me. No. There's too many. Batteries. Can we get rid of you? Yep. Okay, that'll do. Back we go. There we got foundations now, so that means we can get this fuel going across. Not that far. Yay, we finally did Stronger Explosives 20. That took nearly the whole stream. But we made it. Okay, then that fuel comes along and then we can turn that into a bus lane. And I think... no, that doesn't go there. Where does it need to go? Along this lane. Okay. Oh, jeez, I can't even pick up belts anymore. What is this? There you go, you join up there. Nice. Okay, so that's going to supply fuel. Next. Concrete. Where are we going to send the concrete? Sure, this could be done a lot more compact, but I can't think of it right now. Concrete needs to end up on this lane. There we go, we can prepare that up for it. Concrete, concrete. Where's the concrete over here? There it is. Nice. Then we need to figure out the last one. Yeah, that's got to go around as well. No, getting around it. Nice, okay, and then we can deliver that. That can pop. A little bit spaghetti here. There we go. There's our concrete. Then the next thing we need is ice. Okay, ice. Where are we gonna send the ice? Could you imagine if this was Gleba? You had to turn scrap into spoilable ingredients or something. Or you had to turn a fruit into spoilable stuff. And then while it's sitting here, it all just turns into spoilage. Oh my goodness, why am I coming up with these ideas? Someone's gonna do it. I mean, there probably already is a mod that just makes everything in the game spoil. And whoever comes up with that is evil. And needs help. Okay, one last thing. This ice needs to come out to here. You're going to have enough room to build each item out between each setup. That's what I was just thinking. I won't, but we can run... Oh, no, never mind. We can't run tunnels because I've run out of tunnels. But we can run tunnels along those buses so that we can squeeze them back in. But good observation. They would make sure the only thing that doesn't spoil is spoilage. Well, someone a while ago mentioned that there's a mod that makes items explode when they spoil. Now that is evil. Something like that. That'll probably give us a little bit of space to work with. Because then we can do something like this for the steel. And then for the batteries. And so forth. We probably could even... Yeah, well, this can just go straight up. That can go straight up. This can go straight up. What about the other setups further in? We can probably direct them around. I think we're going to have space for that. Ice. Where does ice need to go? Ice ends up on this belt. I don't know why I'm crossing these over so much. I should really just take the time to redo my buildings. There we go, that's ice. Next is steel. We could probably just run the steel up here, to be honest. Play this a little bit differently. Okay, steel on this side needs to move up. We are going to run out of room eventually. There we go, we're starting to. And then the steel from here. Yeah, we don't have space, so that's, I think, what you were mentioning, but we can just shuffle it over like that. There we go. Now, where does the steel need to go? Steel needs to move into this lane, which is this one here. Okay. There we go. Steel. How many more items do we have? 6. We have 6 more items, chat. Batteries. More batteries on this side as well. Batteries. I can hop like that. This can just hop straight over. Oops, that's not what we wanted. Nope. No, no, no. That's not what we want. Tunnel. There we go. That's what we want. That comes along. We have batteries there, there, and there. That's sorted. One last battery belt here. Can't jump all the way across there. Okay. We can jump this spot and then jump that there. Nope. Nope, that's on the steel belt. There we go. Batteries. Let me just slot this down. Where do the batteries need to go? They need to come in through here and join up. Okay, batteries are on this belt, so we could just jump them down like this. There we go. What's happening? No, not Glebber. What the? Where did you guys come from? Can we send him an artillery strike? No, because we can't see him anymore. This artillery strike is just gonna hit nothing. Oh wait, hang on, that kind of got him. He's AFK. Chat, he's AFK. Get him! Bang! We got him! Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, this did not turn out as clean as I wanted to. Rush him quick. Yeah, the next items are stone. Ooh, how are we gonna get the stone through? We've just got enough room there to squeeze some stone in. We might actually run some tunnels here. I hope I've got enough foundation. Oh yeah, we got plenty. We got plenty. And then stone over here has some space that we can just run this up. Jump that over with a belt tunnel thing. Where's the other stone? That's the stone there. We got stone down here. This is the final belt we can squeeze through this area. I'm one. No, okay, never mind. Let's not get distracted by silly ideas. I say as I've been distracted by silly ideas all day. This is going the wrong way. There we go. Progress of some sorts. Why does the stacked stone look so much like oatmeal? Derp. Okay, so that's stone. Where does the stone need to go again? Stone needs to be on this belt, which travels down from here. There we go. You've been eating rocks again? That loosely depends on your definition, but technically yes. I have been eating salt. Not just raw salt on its own though, obviously. Who would do that? Who would do such a thing? What is going on here? Why does this exist? Okay, we gotta sort this out later. There we go. The stone now comes through here. And can join up with its belts over there. There we go. That's stone sorted. We're almost there. We only have a few items left. So after stone is the red circuits. And the red circuits over here can jump up. Ooh, we could fit these underneath. This is just becoming my biolab setup again, isn't it? This is just biolabs number 2.0, isn't it? This is the same thing. Red circuit. Ah, this is a problem. Okay, the red circuits over here need to get over not here. Probably need to go up this way. How the heck are we going to do that? um... How do we do this? I could maybe turn this around under there. No, I can't. Never mind. That's already got a tunnel. Never mind. We can't cross under. This is what I was on about. Yeah, okay. I see now. I love how there's just a random storage chest sitting in the middle of this. Oh, how are we gonna do this? Different color. I don't have any of the other colored belts on me. That's the problem. I kind of want to do the maximum throughput. I think when it comes time to doing these scrappers, we need to move their sorters down to this area. I think that's a good idea. For the time being, though, we've done one set of red circuits, so let's try and just bring that across. Underground the belts, so you can snake a belt through the gap. Yep. Wait, hang on, that's not... This is a turn, we can't do that. Oh, no. Unless... Chat, close your eyes. This is gonna get really, really, really messy. What is our channel motto again? If there's a wrong way to do a thing, you can count on me to find it. There you go. Let's keep going. I believe you're doing great. Here we go. And then we do the same for the copper. And then I don't think we can actually squeeze any more. The curse of Ra. Oh, what is this? Why do I do this to myself? Okay, there we go. That's gonna jump up. This can now become a belt merger. That's gonna be for the copper wires, which we still need to do over here. I think these can just run up the side here. Yeah, that'll do. And then we can do a quick little merger. That'll run across. These red circuits need to go somewhere now. Where do the red circuits go? I'm pretty sure we just send them off to die, Mr. Streamer. I think... Where do they go? Through this belt here, which then runs down this way and onto there. Mr. Streamer, yes? That's me. Oh, hang on, what's happened to the steel? It's going the wrong way. There we go, that's fixed. Now. Copper wires. And jump across there. Actually, we could even jump that across there. Jump this across, and then we can just do a quick merge there. Now we just need to grab the copper out of this area and merge that there. Okay. Oh wait, we forgot the... Forgot these circuits over here. Okay, hang on. Professor of Conveyors, yes. Well, you're the one who told me that robots were evil. So I'm just following through. No, but I think we do have a genuine problem with the robots when we've got this many running on Gleba. So I do want to try and minimize the number of robots we use. Dude, was it you that told me robots were evil? No, I think it's someone else. I can't remember. A lot of people tell me robots were evil. They're like the Bob Ross of Factorio. There's no mistakes, just happy accident. Exactly. That's the spirit. Only good vibes here. We have our happy little copper wire coming up here. And then we have our happy little belt going over here. A happy little conveyor belt here. There we go. So the copper wire can now come across. Where does copper wire need to go? Over here. Oh boy, how do we do this? Yep, I'm going to say this works because whatever I say is absolutely accurate. One final thing to do. No, three things. Three final things to do. Blue circuits, low density structures, and holmium ore. That is a lot of holmium ore. Can we just have the holmium ore and just get rid of everything else? Can we just not produce anything else except for holmium ore out of the scrapping? Please and thank you. Maybe even just a holmium deposit would be nice. And just stick some drills on it. Okay, blue circuits. Blue circuits. They can join up early over here. Blue circuits over here. I'm very tempted to just pull the blue circuits off from this side, but we will stay vigilant. We will keep going with our current ploy. Oh, that doesn't quite reach. Okay, hang on. Underground tunnel time. Join this up. There we go. Okay, so that's 3 done. Now we just need one more over here. I think we could just join this up. Right here, yep, that'll work. You are seeing all kinds of cursed on this build. Where are my splitters? I'm gonna sample a splitter. There we go. Drop that in. Plug that in. Yep, okay. And then that drops, that comes up here. Nice. That's 4. All right, finally, the last 2 items. Low density structures. How are we going to get these out? I think we can jump this over here. Get that holmium ore merged up. Now, low density structures. How are we going to join you up? probably just connect you up like this. Yep, that'll work. So that's 2 pods. Now for the 3rd pod. This can probably join up with this group over here. Same with the holmium, which we're getting a lot of. Oh, hang on, wait. No, inventory. Damn it. No. No, wait. There's, oh, it's picking it up off the ground. No. Need another chest. Too much garbage. Okay, and then we need... Oh, goodness. That's all merged. Where are we going? Where are we looking? Bring these around. Let the sort begin. Well, this is pretty much it. The sorting's done now. Now I just have to bring these belts around, and now I'm out of belts. This is working. This is going well. You guys are already making memes in my Discord server. Oh, I am not living this one down. Where are my belts? Really? We don't have any more belts? Poop. We don't have any more belts. Okay, let's send to Vulcanus and get some more. Were those tunnels coming? No, I guess not. No, they never made it. Okay. Whoops. We will have to make do with the 25 tunnels we have left. Actually, we could probably just get rid of some of these. Yeah, we do need to sort those chests out that are just sitting around. I kind of like the fact that they are just sitting around. I might just leave them there because, you know, the art reflects the streamer or the painter or whatever. Something like that. And what we might quickly do... Oh my goodness, what's happened to the gears? What's happened to the gears? It looks like we might just not be... Okay, what if we shuffle this across? And instead use stack inserters. Yeah, that might work better. Let's do the same thing over here. Back inserters. Nope, that needs to go the other way around. In FULGORA, the wagon strategy would have been useful. Probably. You're probably right. Okay, gears are sorted. Damn, these buses are moving now. They're really moving. Oh, that looks so cool. But okay, what we are shedding light on is the fact that these buses are not saturated at all, which means we don't have to try and squeeze anything else. I was getting worried that some of these buses were going to be completely full. But we have room to spare. I was worried we were going to have to make a second bus this size. I got out of bed to comment on that one belt config. You're welcome. Clever brain belt config. Oh, this is... It's art. I'm going to call it that. That way I can't be roasted. Because then you all get cancelled for saying that art is bad and it's subjective something in there. It worse in motion. What do you mean? It looks fine. Why don't I see the problem? What's the issue? No little worms, no. What's the problem? I don't see it.
No, God! No, God, please, no! No!
It's not that bad. Okay, I'm getting motion sickness. Looks like wagging dog tails. They're happy. Yeah, they're just happy little belts. That's all they are. The way they just hop up there. Oh, you know what it reminds me of? We could place bets.
No, God! No, God, please, no! No!
You know what it reminds me of?
No!
You know those, what are they called? Slinkies or something? You know those little metal spring things that you have and they kind of, you run them downstairs and they do the little, they flip down the stair things. Oh, I'm not doing it. Yeah, Slinkies. Yeah, there you go. This guy knows what's up. That's exactly what these remind me of, especially when you've got the copper wire shape as well. That's hilarious. That's exactly what this is. All right, so then we need to get the blue circuits into this belt. There we go, there we go. Blue's coming into there. Low density structures. No, that's holmium. Hang on, holmium. Mr. Holmium, you can come through to this side. Oh, hang on. Wait. What the heck? How did we end up? Also, sitting on Discord half asleep, unable to sleep is not productive. Yeah, you can check out the Discord server if you want to roast me further in there. I'm usually online way more hours of the day than there should be hours in the day. You can all roast me there. Share some fun screenshots. We all talk about gaming. It's all good vibes. How the heck has this started turning into... Wait a minute. Somewhere in here, we are splitting and merging the wrong items. Ah, through here. That's not what we want. This is better. This is what we want. Okay, is that better? Should be better. Now I have to deal with this whole mess. Okay, this is going to split out low density structures and put them in a chest for us. That will hopefully save our skin. And where do the low densities go? That's holmium. Low densities, low densities. Where do you go? Why can't I find you? In here. Okay, this belt here. Nice. Okay, these need some speed modules. We have too many. There we go. Last thing to do now is try and deliver these science bottles. Okay, where should we go with them? We travel upwards and then run out of tunnels and scream. We can do the rest remotely. So we grab the tunnels, probably jump them up here and then run them across. And then just run that parallel. Oh, jeez. Okay, you know what? Better idea, better idea. Do I have space for this? Yes, I do. Let's go the other way. Let's ignore that and go down south. Yes. Yes. Let's go down south and go around our whole processing unit. Cut all of this out. Wait a minute, our blue circuits aren't getting to the science area. Not the science area, the rocket area. We might have to do the same thing. Wait a minute, what am I thinking? What am I thinking? We can just split off the blue area early. Yeah, what am I thinking? Answer is I'm not. Oh, no, 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 no. Yep, very much not thinking. Nope, stop. Why are we still... No! Need to turn this into tunnels. No, hang on, I've done that in the wrong spot. There we go. Jump this under. Scream and die inside a little when I realize... Oh, geez, hang on. I haven't even connected this up. We're missing half of our throughput. Okay. That's low density, so this needs to jump. There we go. More low densities, and then the holmium here needs to get across somehow. And we're out of tunnels. Give me those tunnels! This is how you make science on FULGORA. It's just as bad as Gleba, but for different reasons. It's how you can make an excessive amount of science is the plan. Oh geez, hang on, we need lightning protection over here. Like, I did an earlier setup. This was my first ever setup. And it did alright. It made like 150 of these per minute, but then I upscaled and got to 300 and something per minute. This. But yeah, now we're trying to upscale heavy duty with our legendary things. No rot, all bugs, and free energy. Best planet, just belt chaos. I think I still prefer Narvis as my favorite planet, probably followed by Vulcanus. Vulcanus was easy. Once I got rid of the worm problem, Vulcanus is just pump hot liquid into other machines that turns it into other hot liquid and then turn it into bottles. Like that was, it was almost a direct pump it out of here, straight into bottles, let's go. And then you just had to do a bunch of other things to get them shipped off-world. But for the most part, that was nice and easy. This was not as easy, but yeah, it's mostly just belts. The hardest part of Fulgora for me, I think, is actually Aquilo. The reason for that is you need the foundations to be able to build here. And the foundations come from Aquilo, and they come through really, really slowly. You have to ship so many items across. That was not fun. Which reminds me, oh, we still have to do our Aquilo overhaul soon. Oh no! Aquilo's next. Nah. So hopefully it won't be as bad. Let's get some more belts going. Just need to figure out how to build a belt from Vulcanus to Narvis. Exactly. Just a really, really big space platform. It just goes end to end. Could be sending a stone to Aquilo to help with foundation. I can't. I think most of the stone is coming from... Actually, where is it coming from? Starliner Aquilo is picking up... No, you're not picking up stone. Where is the stone coming from? Oh, Boogaloo was doing the stone, but we were importing it from Vulcanus because you get free stone from there. So I think that's what I was doing because I need... I mean, yeah, stone isn't free. Oh, technically it's free from nowhere, but Vulcanus gives you the calcite, which you could get from space and then turn into stone that way. So it's not too bad. We need to get a belt going into here. Yeah, yes! Someone's excited. I may have said something that excited someone. Alrighty, that's our science coming through. Now we just need to get the blue circuits. Which we can probably just steal from here. Yep, okay, we can just do that. Nice. There we go. Heck yeah. We've done a thing. So the question now is, now that we've hooked up 4 of these scrapping units, what is our total throughput? That is coming through. Let's have a look. 1 minute. 1.9k. 2k. 2,000 science packs per minute. Okay, how do we speed that up? Accumulators look to be a problem. And they're a problem because of batteries. Yep, and one of you said that I would come to regret saying we didn't have enough batteries. Okay. We need to make batteries. A little shy of what we were aiming for. Yes. The priority on blue chips. I kind of don't want to, because if we're not producing enough, then we can't supply either the rocket port or the production. So I'm going to leave it as split. Zuko's and yeah, okay, so we're not at 10k science, but we are at 2k. And dropping because we're out of batteries. Okay. Batteries. How do we make battery? Sulfuric acid? How do we do sulfuric acid? Oh, sulfur. Which is water and petroleum. Oh, that's painful. That actually just hurt me a little inside. Okay, chemical plant. We gotta crack this. Which needs more water. Needs more water, no. Alright, we can grab water from here. Crack this into petroleum. That plugs in there, and then we grab some pipes. That plugs in there. Nice. Yay, we're cracking. Cracking whips. Okay, there we go. We got petroleum. That goes into a pipe. Now we need to combine that petroleum with more water. God, we don't have space for this, do we? Can make some space. Okay, that's plenty of petroleum. Now we just need to combine that with water. Which we can bring up here. We copy this setup again. This is going to be our petroleum. This is going to be our water. This is going to become sulfur. Which then needs to go... Oh, hang on a minute. What am I doing? We don't want to do that in chemical plants. Because we have cryogenic plants. Let's do this in these guys instead. That way we can throw even more productivity in them. Quality. We can do some pipe to grounds just to escape the scary piping issues. Silly K. Okay, there we go. There's our sulfur. Oh my goodness, that came out instantly. And we can use the techniques from our train loaders that we learnt ages ago. Load these together. Okay, there is our sulfur. Now we need to combine that with iron plates down here. We'll probably just do this over this side to make sulfuric acid. This needs more pipe to grounds. Probably just do 2 of these. That'll do. Iron, let's split this iron off. This is going to be iron on one side, priority output on that side, and then merge back in. Nice. Are you still scrapping batteries? We never were scrapping batteries. At least not with this new design anyway. At least I don't think we were. No, I don't think we were. I mean, okay, we are somewhere. Probably in one of the old factories, but we ignore that. That is decommissioned, never to be spoken of again. I think we made too much sulfur. I think we made too much sulfur. No, it's what other factory? Exactly. This man gets it. God, no, wait. Here we go. Boom. And now we insert. And out comes sulfuric acid and very much not enough water. Because we need to put in some speed beacons. Yeah. We love speed beacons. Speed beacons are our favorite thing in the whole game. Yeah, there's our sulfuric acid. Probably should also put some productivity modules on these. Quality modules. Remember saying you had too much ice? Yeah, we will probably need all that ice now. It's a good thing we're not scrapping the ice or anything. Nah, it's fine. We got a priority splitter. It's fine. So now we have ourselves not enough pipes, but we have sulfuric acid. Now we need to make batteries. Batteries are scary because we need copper. Okay, this is the part where we can actually recycle the copper we're getting from here. Ooh, beat brain. Look at that. We conveniently have copper already on hand. It's going to make us some batteries. Chuck in some productivity modules. Then we just need the iron plates, which we can split off from here. The copper. Oh, jeez. Inventory's too full. Gonna be too full to pick these up as well. Oh no. Grab. Put it away. No. Ice. Get rid of it. Okay, we're good. Run a splitter, inserter. Gonna go in. Battery's gonna come out. Okay, this is a problem. We have way too much. Hold on, where were we? We're scrapping too much of this copper. Okay, we need to bring it around. We can sneak it in here. Well, at least a mess up here won't hatch adorable, optimistic little critters that destroy everything. Yes, I definitely agree with that. Those guys can find another planet, honestly. That jumps across. This jumps down. There we go. Batteries. We have batteries. Now we have a random assortment of speed modules everywhere too. Okay, now we need to extract these. And get these down here. Almost there, chat. There we go. Extra batteries. Oh god. Can I get some extra inventory space now? No. No, it's too much. Concrete, get rid of it. Oh jeez. Okay, hang on. Let's try. Just shove everything in here. Nice. So that should be some more accumulators coming through. A little bit. Production rates 600. It's not good, chat. It's not good. Yeah, we need way more copper. Okay. Low density structures aren't coming through. Why noi? That's not doing anything. We can get rid of that. Low density structures. Go recycle. It looks like this might be a multi-stream project. Oh no. Alright, so what are we missing? What are we low on? Why are we backing up on things? Okay, we're backing up on things because we're backing up on things. Let's get rid of that. That's not going anywhere. We needed to get that somewhere. No, we didn't. Hang on, we already sorted this out. We don't need to. Get rid of that. And what's going on here? Why do we not have enough of some of this stuff? This fuel is not going anywhere. Wow, because we just have way too much of it. Holy moly. That's better. Can we make more heating towers? We need concrete. Did I just say that? Did I really just say we need concrete? Okay, hang on. Concrete, concrete, concrete. We have some in here. Heating towers. Now we're out of copper. Here we go, there's a couple. Heating towers, here we go. Yay, we've got power. Mostly because our fusion generator is running at capacity. That's not really getting rid of the solid fuel though, is it? Actually, it is. It is getting rid of it. Burning it out. Nice. Whoa! Okay, hang on. This holmium's not doing anything. We need to get the holmium out. Where does the holmium go? Onto that belt. Okay, yep. We can do this. Connect that up. Merger. Done. That is a lot of holmium that we had stored up there. Wait. No! No! You're kidding. Not the farm. Glimmer just bought the farm. Where did they even come from? I can't see because I don't have radar coverage. No, they got the train too. All right, well, that's going to be the end of the stream. Thank you everyone so much for watching. Be sure to check out the Discord server. I'll drop another link there. Man. What timing too? That was pretty much the end of the stream as well. Okay, we still have a train here as a backup. 20 more Tesla turrets. I think I'm just gonna go through and just zippity zappity knock out everybody here. That is stupid. Alright, thank you everyone so much for watching. This was an awesome stream. Hope you enjoyed the content. Be sure to check out the Discord, check out the YouTube channel if you didn't come from there. Other than that, I will catch you on the next stream, which will be Thursday for half of you, Friday for the other half of you. Alright, see you everyone.